Good morning. The Buffalo Bandits make their mark on history over the weekend, completing the three-peat, winning their third straight NLL title. The Bandits beat the Saskatchewan Rush 15-6, and they have now won 7 titles in their history in the NLL. They're the second team in the league history to complete a three-peat as well. The Buffalo Bills enter the next phase of the offseason today as OTAs start up down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will have all the coverage later today as players arrive. The Carolina Hurricanes finally broke their Eastern Conference Finals losing streak last night, shutting out the Florida Panthers 3-0. Florida still holds a 3-1 series lead after their win on Saturday. This series heads back to Carolina tomorrow for Game 5. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers take on the Dallas Stars in Game 4. They look to stay hot after winning the last 2 games, Friday and Sunday. Edmonton currently has a 2-1 series lead. Puck drop tonight is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder hung on last night for a 128-126 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Thunder now lead that series 3-1 with Game 5 in OKC tomorrow. The Indiana Pacers and New York Knicks tip off for Game 4 tonight in Indiana at 8:30. The Pacers currently hold a 2-1 series lead over the Knicks after taking Games 2 and 3 over the weekend. The Rochester Americans' playoff run came to an end on Sunday. They lost to the Laval Rocket 5-0. Goaltender Devin Levi finished the playoffs with a 5-3 record, 2 shutouts, a .910 save percentage, and 2.5 goals against per game. Also in hockey, Sabres forward Tage Thompson scored the golden goal for the USA at the Men's World Championships on Sunday, helping the team secure gold for the first time in the tournament since 1933. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
No Jerry today. Jerry is off this week. Good morning. I'm back, though. Excited to be back. What did I miss? Good morning. Sal Capaccio is on this morning as well from a beautiful, I'm sure, Studio Capaccio. The sun is out. That's one thing I miss, Sal, is the sun is a lot brighter in 8 days or 10 days since I last woke up to do the show this early than in just 2 weeks, not even 2 weeks.
Yeah, first of all, maybe we should just call it Joe and Sam or something, and it'd be even... in Italy, Salvatores are Sams. Sam, it's kind of like a nickname. Yeah. For Sal, it's Sammy. So there you go. Actually, I have a cousin named Sammy, and I did not know until I was older his name was the same as mine, Salvatore. I had no idea until I was 20 years old or something. I'm like, wait a minute, he's my cousin. We have the same name. I've been calling him Sammy. I know, but his name was Salvatore.
There was
named
never
after the same grandfather, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There was never a thought that you were going to be Sam for short. It was always going to be Sal.
I was never Sam. I was always Sal my whole life. So, but my cousin was Sammy, even though his name was Salvatore. Studio Capaccio. I did some rearranging here, so maybe the last time people saw and the wider shot is a little different for the podcast. But and then on top of that, because there's a window in Studio Capaccio, the sunlight shines in sometimes, Joe. That's not going to happen as much. Took care of that as well. So I won't see any sun while I'm on with you today. But I will tell you, when the sun came out yesterday, oh my God, did it feel good.
So
holy cow.
That's one thing. A lot that I want to get into. I took a trip to Fort Lauderdale over the week. So, I call me spoiled, and I think that's definitely fair because when you plan a trip like that, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to get some great weather down there, but what am I going to be missing while I'm here in May? You might be thinking it's going to be a pretty nice week. And that did not appear to be the case in any regard from what I saw on social media, from what you were all experiencing here over the last 8 days. It was tough.
I will say, so it was miserable this weekend. The weather here was miserable this weekend. You were not around. It was a great week for you to not be here.
Yeah.
And not only miserable, I mean, it was like anything you wanted to do. It's Memorial Day weekend. You just kind of couldn't do. For example, with me and other people listening, They have kids that have maybe travel tournaments and softball or baseball. Mm-hmm. And right away, we knew going into Friday night, we had a tournament scheduled. It's Darien Lake, Six Flags tournament. So we were supposed to play out in Pembroke. Genesee Community College was one of the sites where they said we'd have the games, and they had to move the games to the turf football field to play baseball. Luckily, these days you can move bases around and even mounds now. So we actually played Saturday. The kids played, and the Friday night games were canceled. Saturday, in the rain and drizzle, 2 games like that. And we're standing, and kids were champs. Parents were standing out there, okay. And then Sunday was worse, and that was on the grass fields, actually. But shout out to the people who did the tournament and all that. But we got 2 games in Saturday, 2 games in Sunday. It was not fun. I'm sure the kids, but hey, they had a great time. Came home a little muddy. It was okay.
Yeah. Well, at least they got it in. Because, for me, just recreational volleyball and golf league, everything I had over the week got canceled. It felt like. So I don't really think I missed anything. We'll get to what I missed in the sports world, but it felt like every time I opened Twitter, it was, everyone's complaining about how cold and rainy it is. So didn't feel great about that. And then again, this is where I'm spoiled. What was the first day I got back? I got back Sunday night. So yesterday was the first full day I had back. And I'm like, oh, this is great. This is 70 and sunny. Perfect. Must have brought the sunshine with me.
Yeah, and then we're gonna have a little bit of rain again later in the week. Today's gonna be nice, warm, a little cloudier, I guess. But I'm looking long term. Let's get through this because it looks like it's gonna be beautiful basically through next week.
Yeah. Get to that. Get to the good weather. All right. Well, we got a lot to get to on today's show. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week, as I mentioned. Sal is in, and excited to have Sal on today and through the week because it is OTAs week for the Buffalo Bills. So we will get into that. Just some stuff though. We have the big things happen while blank is away. It was always Howard, and then it's happened to me a couple times. It's happened to you. It's happened to Jeremy. How did I do this go-around? I missed the Bandits winning the NLL championship for the 3rd year in a row. Very cool.
I think, though, that's more of a scheduled big thing.
Sure.
A lot of times we talk about big things happen when people are away. It's, oh, my God, I can't believe this happened. Wow, you missed this.
Right.
That was a scheduled big thing, so by the time you left, you knew they were playing in this game.
Yes.
And they were either going to win or lose the NLL championship. But we could start with that for sure. Congratulations to the Bandits. I mean, what an amazing run and dynasty they've built here. It is really awesome to see, a three-peat here in Buffalo, a championship. And this is a sport that's grown so much, and it has for the last several years. We were at the championship game last year, weren't able to go this year because of the baseball tournament, but really dialed in, listening actually on the way home, listening to the call on WGR Sports Radio 550 and John Gertler. And at halftime, Gertler's like, I really like the way Saskatchewan is playing right now, and I don't really love the way Buffalo's playing, and they're going to have to really kind of flip the switch here in the second half, and boy, did they, Joe, and it was amazing. Got home, and just by the time I got home, there was kind of no doubt that they were winning it. And that's a really cool feeling when you know you could just celebrate almost an entire quarter, essentially, of knowing you're going to win the championship.
Yeah, they go on that run in the 3rd quarter. I had we were waiting to go out to dinner, so I had some time to put the game on my laptop, and I got there right at the end of the 2nd quarter, and then the 3rd quarter. Right, it's only a 1-goal game with 9 minutes to go in the 3rd, and I don't think Saskatchewan scored again. Right, it was 7-6, I think, at one point in time, and the final was
7-6 at halftime, I believe.
Even at halftime, okay, so
I think that's what it was.
Right, so they go on that run, and it wasn't dramatic into the 4th quarter. So packed house, you get the celebration. Listen, no one wants to see them lose in Game 2 when they're in Saskatchewan, but I'm watching that game, I'm like, I'm not really going to be super mad if they lose this game because the opportunity to have that night, right, if you're a Bandits fan and you want to be there when they win it. So to have that line up for you in a perfect way, I think was pretty cool because they've won on home court at least 2 of the last 3, if not all 3.
Yeah, and listen, I was listening to, I think they had... I think it might have been the commissioner on at halftime. I apologize for not knowing exactly who it was. It might have been the actual commissioner of the league on. And they were talking about how there's a new CBA coming up in the NLL, actually.
Okay.
And this is a bit of a point of contention, and they don't know exactly where it's going as far as next season and players and new CBA. And basically how he was talking about how the revenue is, and there's certain teams that are really great at marketing their product, and they're great at doing what they do, and it really resonates in their city, and Buffalo's one of them. And I know this is going to not sound great for a lot of people because they don't love this team, but the Bandits are kind of like the Yankees when it comes to lacrosse. They have this huge kind of advantage in revenue because people go to the games and they buy tickets, and they have a lot more resources to kind of do what they need to do, and it's great for them because this is why they now have 3 championships in a row. Nothing wrong with it, but hey, if you're someone who says, oh my gosh, revenue sharing, and I don't exactly know how they work it in NLL, but I will tell you that, according to this interview, I believe it was the commissioner, he basically acknowledged, hey, like there's some teams like Buffalo who have a bigger advantage because of how they do it and the fact that they have more resources available to them.
Right. Well, right. I mean, the packed house and, I mean, just players. I would imagine in that sport, I wonder how different like the money is from team to team, but more so that if you're a player on Saskatchewan, or you're a player for one of these other teams, maybe that has trouble drawing, more than a couple thousand fans. If you just go play a road game in Buffalo and you're like, man, I gotta get there someday. I gotta play for that team because you might just want to feel like you're playing in, the biggest show. Which, when you've got 18,000 fans and sellouts throughout the year, I mean, that's going to be tough to compete with in another market unless you match it in terms of that amount of fans. It is, looking at their seasons out, so it is a three-peat. And the last 5 NLL playoffs that they've held, because there was COVID mixed in there, the Bandits have made the championship round in every single one of them. 5 in a row and 3 wins in a row. So I don't necessarily rooting for them to change the format or whatever to make it different. I like that the Bandits just out there winning every year here recently. And they did go a long time. I mean, they won when I was a kid. They win in 2008, so I'm 13. And then they go 15 years without winning one. Maybe that's kind of like the Yankees too, though. They're in that period of time right now. It's because it's been 16 years for them. So
yes, it has.
Yeah, I'm not hoping that we get a difference there, but very cool for them. Josh Byrne, Dane Smith continue to just be unbelievable. Of course, a myriad of others. Frazier scoring another behind the back goal that you're probably going to see circulated on Sports Center and everywhere, and probably already.
I love the fact that Ian McKay was voted the MVP of the finals, the playoffs, the finals, and the reason I say that is because, Byrne and Dane Smith, they get a lot of publicity for how great they are, and no doubt. But, for a guy like Ian McKay, he's been here a while, to have the season he had, to see him, hoist the MVP trophy was super cool. And then Matt Vince, what can you say about a guy that's in his mid-40s, Joe, basically, doing what he's doing now? He has 2 three-peats in his career, actually, as a goalie. And at the end of the broadcast on ESPN, one of the announcers said, heck with goalie, he has to be considered one of the greatest lacrosse players ever. And I think that's right. Yeah. It doesn't matter that because you have to take position out of it. To achieve what he's achieved and has done what he's done, it's pretty remarkable.
So the Bandits win, and I saw them doing they're going around with the trophy, so maybe you'll see it out and about town in the next couple of days if you haven't already, and there'll be a parade as well, which I don't know exactly when that's going to be. I should get some details for you on that, which they did last year and the year before, so we'll get some details on that. What else did I miss? The Bills are going to be on Hard Knocks. Or are they?
Oh, did you miss that part? Did you miss that?
I wasn't here for it.
Oh, you weren't here for that.
I wasn't here for it. The Bills getting announced for Hard Knocks late last week.
Why do you ask, or are they? You're questioning if this is true?
They haven't announced it, right? Mm-hmm. I don't take that to mean that they're not doing it. Is it weird that they haven't themselves announced that they are going to be on Hard Knocks?
You tell me. Why do you think they haven't announced it or acknowledged it?
I don't even know if I have a good guess. Could it just be that they don't really want to be on it? Could that have something to do with it?
I would lean more like that. Mm-hmm. I will tell you this. Yeah, the Bills didn't volunteer for this. They didn't raise their hand and tell the NFL we want to do this.
Okay.
Now they'll be willing. They'll be good partners when it comes to it. When it's all said and done. But I think when it comes to acknowledging it, putting out something official, it's okay. Let's make sure we do this right. We weren't itching for this. We didn't want this. But if you're gonna kind of make us do this and select us, when we announce it, let's do it the right way to make sure that it's good for everybody, right? I think that's probably, to me, the way it reads. Because I will tell you that this is not something they raised their hand for and said, here, choose us. The Bills were always a team, and the messaging has been consistent on this, Joe, which is it's not something we really want to do. In fact, Brandon Beane has said what they do for Embedded kind of takes care of that for them. Mm-hmm. Like, they give their own behind the scenes. They give their own all access to their fans. Well, what happened? The league said, we're going to change the rules. The Bills were always basically ineligible for Hard Knocks, at least over the last 6-7 years, because they had made the playoffs every year, essentially. Uh-huh. Well, the league said, and NFL Films and HBO got together and said, well, we need more of a diverse pool of teams that we can choose from, and there's more storylines out there we'd like. So, and then we have all these teams are saying no, especially what happened after the Giants and Joe Shane last year and all of that. We want to make sure teams just don't want to do it. Mm-hmm. And they said, we're going to change the rules. So back literally a couple months ago at the owners' meetings, they said, we're going to change the rules and say it doesn't matter if you made the playoffs or not. You can still be the team. Well, guess what? That's what happened to the Bills. So now the Bills are chosen to be on, and you're right. They have not officially acknowledged it. They have not officially put an announcement out. I'm sure that could happen today for all I know. But I'll tell you, I'm pretty sure it's because they want to make sure, okay, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it right, because we're not really totally down with doing it, to be honest with you. They chose us to do it, and we kind of didn't have a say.
Right. Yeah, the Joe Shane thing, I mean, that has kind of changed the perspective a little bit. And for those that don't know or have heard us reference that, and not here to explain in a while, basically the Giants GM, former Bills assistant GM last year, was on their offseason version of Hard Knocks, kind of, like in front of the camera, talking about how they don't really need Saquon Barkley. They're not going to pay Daniel Jones $40 million to hand the ball off. The owner saying he'll lose sleep if Barkley goes to Philadelphia. And then that happens. And really a lot of isn't this true? Like, not to say that it wasn't noteworthy or memorable when it happened, but a lot of the embarrassment that happened with that clip happened once the season got rolling. Right? And Barkley having the season that he did. It was a callback to, wow, remember those dummies over in New York, what they were talking about in the offseason? Now Barkley's rushing for 2,000 yards. He might break the record. I just would be surprised. One, because that did happen. And I wonder how much more say and editorial control a team could now have than they even did before on what actually goes to air on HBO. That's one preventative measure that the Bills could have to not getting embarrassed in any way for something. And two, I just don't know, Sal, what the storyline would be. I guess maybe you would never know beforehand, but I don't know what the storyline would be for the Bills that could set them up for anything near what Joe Shane and the Giants went through last year with that. I mean, maybe something James Cook related, but I don't know.
But here's, I think, what the issue is, Joe. Did the Giants even think there was going to be some sort of massive, oh my God, storyline that blew up in their face? Yes, that happened with Saquon, and of course there could have been something with that. I think the reason why, for something like the Giants, to use them as an example, is I don't think the Giants knew that some of the things that were happening behind the scenes or what was said was going to blow up on them. Mm-hmm. Saquon is obviously a big one in what happened, but the conversations surrounding him, the meeting in the office between Mara and Joe Shane, the way that they kind of reacted to some of the news that came out. I think it's like, hey, if we're going to be on these kinds of shows, you never know when anything is going to get totally misconstrued, totally misperceived,
sure,
or we didn't realize what we said was going to be so, I don't know, some bombastic, I guess, for, people to grab hold of and, turn us into clowns. I think that's kind of what is the issue. It's not that you think there's going to be a storyline. It's right. You never know what can be a storyline.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So that's a good point, right? You wouldn't know what it would be beforehand, and especially, right, in today's social media world, anything that looks bad could get taken out of context, in like even a football manner. The Giants, remember, there was also stuff about Shane trying to get up for a quarterback, maybe was a part of Hard Knocks, and he kind of failed at that last year, and it was kind of out there, and I mean, it was Daniel Jones, so like it's not like, you know, he would have known that they were so committed to him going into last year. But there was a little of that too. Like, oh, here's your GM clearly on this program wanting to go after a quarterback and not getting it, and now you've got to go back to Daniel Jones and be like, oh no, we're committed to you. Yeah, we did try to replace you, but we're committed to you. So there was that too last year. August 5th, I believe I saw for the Bills. By the way, August 5th for Hard Knocks training camp.
Oh, is that? I didn't see that. I know that training camp schedule is not even out yet, but I'm
right.
Basically, if you take what the CBA date is from the start of the first game to your start of your first practice, you move back that way and you do the math, and then you look at last year's calendar. I'm guessing it's going to be like July 23rd.
Okay.
It could be the 24th. You never know with report date and first practice and media and all that, so it's going to be probably one of those. And then, and that's a pretty early date. I mean, Joe, you think about it, everything's early on the calendar this year. Think about Memorial Day.
Yeah.
Memorial Day this year was the 26th of May. It's a pretty early Memorial Day, right? We're still several days away from June. So, I mean, training camp's right around the corner when you think of it like that. We are, I mean, less than 2 months away. And then, so August 5th would make sense, and that would coincide with, right before, I guess, the first preseason week.
Yeah, August 5th, I see, by the way, for HBO Max, and HBO, obviously, for the start of the Bill season. So that, I guess, would make sense for maybe around when they start training camp. So the Bills will be on Hard Knocks. What else did I miss over the week, Sal? There was a Bo Byram trade rumors that Tush Push narrowly survived. Deion Dawkins got a Protector of the Year award for the NFL, right?
Yeah, same day that Hard Knocks was announced.
Yeah, so that happened too. So,
did you miss? We discussed. I went into detail on my movie scenes shoot. I did that last week.
I know that happened, but I didn't.
Yeah.
And I had seen pictures of like kind of the back room where fans had been waiting. No, I didn't see the details of it.
Yeah. I have a small speaking role in the Hallmark movie.
Yes.
So not an actual role. And I went to the stadium last week and shot 2 scenes. I didn't realize I was in 2 scenes, believe it or not. I only thought I was in 1 because I had speaking role. But they said, oh, no, you're in a second one where you're literally sitting at a conference table with other people and kind of listening in and watching. So I had to do that and then had to change wardrobes and go in and do the speaking scene. And we did about, Joe, I'd probably say 10 to 15 takes of each scene. It's a process. And, you never want to be the person and the reason why you do an extra take. It can happen.
Sure.
I would say for me, thankfully, I think a couple were, okay, do this differently, but it was more so everything going around it where they wanted to. What I've learned is how they do these things. It's not, when you say how many takes did it take, it's not just because people mess up. They just want different versions of everything a lot of times.
Right.
They want different angles. They want different wording. They want you to stand in a different spot. And then they're going to do it all over and say, stand there. We're going to film you just for 2 seconds standing there so we can get a close-up of your face. There's a lot of different things that go into it.
So 10, 15 takes, how long? And this is for 2 scenes, you said?
Each scene, I would say, was 10 to 15 takes. Yeah, and the first one was literally the person who plays the main character, Matt D'Addario. He was at a conference table at the head of it. We were all standing around as employees of the team, and he was giving a speech to us about how he was thankful and that the stadium was coming along. A lot of it revolves around the construction of the new stadium, actually, and he was doing that. So a lot of it was stopping and starting with his particular speech, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the other scene was him and I talking and walking, and then someone comes in and talks to us, and then we have a little more dialogue and walk out again.
So how long is that process taking? How long is the 10 to 15 takes taking? Is that like an hour of work?
Yeah. It's probably an hour, maybe a little less, depending on. But yeah, I would say that was probably right. And so I was there from start to finish. I mean, granted, my scenes, luckily, they kind of lumped together. I filmed it, they had to change the set. I got my wardrobe change. I was there for about 4.5 to 5 hours total.
Gotcha.
Wasn't too bad.
That's not too bad. It really does put in perspective of like how long it takes to shoot those movies, why it takes so long.
Yes.
That's a process.
Matt D'Addario said to me at one time, we talked about it, and he said, yeah, a lot of people, they want to be on a movie set, which is really cool. But they don't realize sometimes it's literally like a very boring 12-hour day of doing the same thing over and over again for 12 hours.
Right.
Like, yeah, I guess you could think of it that way.
Yeah. Well, a lot to get to. We'll get to Bills OTAs, which is today, as we move on from what I missed over the week. I do have one observation about being in Florida Panther country from 15 to 20 minutes away from where the arena is during a week where they are playing in the conference finals. Very interesting observations that I have about that team and the market, even as they're going through a playoff run. It might be a little bit more than you think that they care, but also amazing. There's just big differences. There's big differences I want to get into. But a lot to get to on the Bills and their OTAs. The Hurricanes winning last night to keep that series alive. It's Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio. If you are on hold, Rich, stay there. We'll get to you right when we come back. We got Paul Hamilton at 7:30 this morning. Got Stephen Ellis from the Daily Faceoff at 8:30. We'll talk with Paul about the Amherst and Tage Thompson. I want to get more in depth on Tage at the World Championships. He scored the golden goal, overtime winner to win gold for the United States over the weekend. And I tend to think that solidifies his place for Team USA at the Olympics, as long as nothing out of the ordinary happens between now and then. But Stephen Ellis has been writing about that, so he watched every game. I want to get into that with him a little bit in the 8 o'clock hour as well. So a lot to get to. 803-0550, the phone number. If you would like to hop on, it's Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio. Stay tuned. This is WGR.
Congratulations to the Bandits. I mean, what an amazing run and dynasty they've built here. It is really awesome to see, a three-peat here in Buffalo, a championship. And this is a sport that's grown so much, and it has for the last several years. We were at the championship game last year, weren't able to go this year because of the baseball tournament, but really dialed in, listening actually on the way home, listening to the call on WGR Sports Radio 550 and John Gertler. And at halftime, Gertler's like, I really like the way Saskatchewan is playing right now, and I don't really love the way Buffalo's playing, and they're going to have to really kind of flip the switch here in the second half. And boy, did they, Joe, and it was amazing. Got home, and just by the time I got home, there was kind of no doubt that they were winning it. And that's a really cool feeling when you could just celebrate almost an entire quarter, essentially, of knowing you're going to win the championship.
Yeah, they go on that run in the third quarter. I had we were waiting to go out to dinner, so I had some time to put the game on my laptop, and I got there right at the end of the second quarter. And then the third quarter, right, it's only a one-goal game with, 9 minutes to go in the third, and I don't think Saskatchewan scored again. Right? It was 7-6, I think, at one point in time, and the final was
7-6 at halftime, I believe.
Even at halftime. Okay, so
I think that's what it was.
Right. So they go on that run, and it wasn't dramatic into the fourth quarter. So packed house, you get the celebration. Listen, no one wants to see them lose in game 2 when they're in Saskatchewan, but I'm watching that game, I'm like, I'm not really going to be super mad if they lose this game, because the opportunity to have that night, right? If you're a Bandits fan and you want to be there when they win it, so to have that line up for you in a perfect way, I think was pretty cool, because they've won on home court at least 2 of the last 3, if not all 3. The Bills are going to be on Hard Knocks. Or are they?
Oh, did you miss that part? Did you miss that?
I mean, I wasn't here for it.
Oh, you weren't here for that.
I wasn't here for it. The Bills getting announced for Hard Knocks late last week.
Why do you ask, or are they? You're questioning if this is true?
They haven't announced it, right? I don't take that to mean that they're not doing it. Is it weird that they haven't themselves announced that they are going to be on Hard Knocks?
You tell me. Why do you think they haven't announced it or acknowledged it?
don't even know if I have a good guess. Could it just be that they don't really want to be on it? Could that have something to do with it?
I would lean more like that.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you this. Yeah, the Bills didn't volunteer for this. They didn't raise their hand and tell the NFL we want to do this.
Okay.
Now, they'll be willing, they'll be good partners when it comes to it, when it's all said and done. But I think when it comes to acknowledging it, putting out something official, it's okay, let's make sure we do this right. We weren't itching for this. We didn't want this, but if you're going to kind of make us do this and select us, when we announce it, let's do it the right way to make sure that it's good for everybody, right? I think that's probably, to me, the way it reads. Because I will tell you that this is not something they raised their hand for and said, here, choose us. The Bills were always a team, and the messaging has been consistent on this, Joe, which is it's not something we really want to do. In fact, Brandon Beane has said what they do for embedded kind of takes care of that for them. Mm-hmm. Like, they give their own behind the scenes. They give their own all access to their fans. Well, what happened? The league said, we're going to change the rules. The Bills were always basically ineligible for Hard Knocks, at least over the last 6-7 years, because they had made the playoffs every year, essentially. Uh-huh. Well, the league said, and NFL Films and HBO got together and said, well, we need more of a diverse pool of teams that we can choose from, and there's more storylines out there we'd like. So, and then we have all these teams are saying no, especially what happened after the Giants and Joe Shane last year and all of that. We want to make sure teams just don't want to do it. Mm-hmm. And they said, we're going to change the rules. So back literally a couple months ago at the owners' meeting.
Over the weekend, beating the Saskatchewan Rush 15-6. The Bandits have now won 7 titles in their history in the NLL and are the second team in the league to complete a three-peat. The Bills enter the next off-season phase today as OTAs start up down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will have all the coverage later today as players begin to arrive. The Hurricanes finally break their Eastern Conference final losing streak last night, beating the Panthers 3-0. Florida holds a 3-1 series lead and go back to Carolina tomorrow for Game 5. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers look to stay hot against the Stars in Game 4. Edmonton has a 2-1 series lead. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock. Over the NBA, the Thunder hang on last night for a 128-126 win over the Timberwolves. They now have a 3-1 series lead, and Game 5 is in OKC tomorrow. The Pacers and Knicks tip off for Game 4 tonight at 8:30. Pacers currently hold a 2-1 series lead over the Knicks after winning Games 2 and 3 over the weekend. The Amerks playoff run came to an end on Sunday. They fell to the Laval Rocket by a score of 5-0. And also in hockey, the U.S. men's national team won on Sunday in the IAHF Men's World Hockey Tournament thanks to Tage Thompson. Thompson scored an overtime goal, helping the U.S. men's team win gold for the first time since 1933. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Shot packed up by Smith. Smith to Fraser. Over the shoulder. Scores! There's no ugly goal in the repertoire of Chase Fraser.
The Bandits three-peat, beating the Saskatchewan Rush Game 3. Chase Fraser with the goal of the game. He also, you're going to see his goal go viral. It already has. Sports Center. Pat McAfee show, I guess, has been showing his goals a little bit. The other thing he'll probably go a little viral for was the, let's just say, the punch that would have got him thrown out of a boxing match.
Yeah.
A little bit below the belt. Just a little bit. It was very funny, though, to get that. My mother-in-law actually sent me the video. She was watching the game, I guess, on ESPN2, and it was just that video without a setup. I'm like, oh, that's probably a penalty, I'm guessing. So, anyways, the Bandits win, and there will be a parade coming, and a third straight. They'll go for 4 next year and try to make history again. So, the Bandits win. But by the way, Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio, Jeremy White is off this week. 803-0550 is the phone number to get in. I got a little Bills question I want to get to at 7 about players that are underappreciated. NFL.com's had this series going about who's the most underappreciated player from each team. I want to get to that. But Bills OTAs, Phase 3, starting today and go for the next couple of days and then into June a little bit as well. So, Sal, like the details of what they can do, it's more, right, like than the voluntary workouts and things that have already happened. But I guess basically what can the Bills do in the next few days?
Yeah, so let's start with the fact that all teams' offseason programs are allowed to be 9 weeks. Some are 8, some are 9. The Bills are 8. And part of the reason is because the Bills start a week later than teams with new head coaches. Teams with new head coaches start a week earlier. But the Bills are going for 8 weeks. In those 8 weeks, the first 2 weeks are strength and conditioning. You know, Joe, how we talk about how there's no coaches allowed. It's just strength and conditioning programs.
Yep.
Weightlifting, guys rehabbing, things like that. The next 3 weeks, what they call Phase 2. In Phase 2, you cannot have offense against defense in any capacity. An offensive player can line up for across from an offensive player to give them a look, but you kind of do things in a what they call a walkthrough type pace, right? Mm-hmm. And you can throw some balls around. You can run perfect plays against air. If you're the offense, huddle up, you can run it. But you can't do anything offense against defense, really. That's for 3 weeks. That has stopped. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Now we go to what's called Phase 3. OTAs, organized team activities, all voluntary still. There is no requirement for players to be there. During Phase 3 and OTAs, which will happen this week and next week, now you can have offense go against defense. There's no pads, there's no hitting, no live contact. But now you can do 7-on-7 passing. Now you can do 9-on-7, 11-on-11. You can run plays. Guys can come up to each other, put their hands on each other, and run a running play. You're not tackling a guy and taking him to the ground. Mm-hmm. You can also run drills, 1-on-1, offense against defense. So those are now it looks like more like football. Now it looks more like kind of maybe the beginning of training camp before they put pads on, stuff like that. That's what it will look like a little bit more starting today. And we will be out there today now. For media purposes, so everybody understands, there is a media open OTA today. Mm-hmm. That is the only one this week, although the team will be out there a few times this week. There's another media open OTA next Tuesday, but that's the only one. So only today and next Tuesday, while the team is on the field for these OTAs today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and then next week, June 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, because you can only do 3 days a week, we as the media only get 1 day to watch. We can watch the entire practice, but it's only one practice we get to watch. They don't give us an attendance list, but we'll be keeping attendance, obviously, and we'll tell people if James Cook was there. I'll be honest, I don't even know if Josh Allen's going to be there because he has his wedding right around this time. So
yes,
Josh Allen may not be at practice today. I'm just saying that could very well be the case, and then you're going to get some national aggregator who's going to write some stupid article that basically says Josh Allen's not at OTAs. What's going on? Trouble in Bills land. Yeah, no, he's getting married. That's why he might not be there. This happens every year with somebody, right? So we will hear from Sean McDermott today at 11. We're going to carry that live on the Extra Point Show. Zach and Derek will be hosting that. I'll be down at the stadium. We'll carry Sean McDermott live. That's at 11 a.m. And then 11:30 a.m., OTAs begin. We'll get to watch the practice, and then we'll get to talk to players afterwards. And that's what they're able to do. Then in 2 weeks, Joe, mandatory minicamp. Mm-hmm. You have to be there. That starts 2 weeks from today. So we're talking about, that's the story of is James Cook here. That really starts 2 weeks from today.
Yeah. If it doesn't end before then, right? Because not that it couldn't, I guess this would be weird, though, if he was there for OTAs and then skipped mandatory minicamp. But it would feel like, Sal, that if James Cook was there today, like if he gets seen, and they don't give an attendance list, but if he's there and we know it, then I feel like, all right, everybody put your radars down about James Cook in a holdout, because if he's at OTAs, I don't think anybody would think, okay, here we go, he's going to fire it back up when the mandatory stuff starts.
Agreed with that. I mean, you're right. If we go out there today and James Cook is on the field, I think anything about, it would seem like it would squash any type of not here for not only mandatory minicamp, but training camp. But you never know.
Right.
It could be these kinds of things have happened maybe in the past. I couldn't cite an example where it's more of a good faith. I'm going to show up a little bit, but when it comes time, I'm going to do a hold-in, not a hold-out, right? I mean, we've seen hold-ins before.
Right, that's right. We've seen that in other teams. Jamar Chase did that last year with Cincinnati. So I guess that's right. We have seen hold-ins. We haven't seen hold-ins here, right? Unless, didn't Jordan Poyer kind of have one quasi a little bit a couple years ago?
Yeah, there was some, maybe for a day. I think he watched for a day. If I remember right, I could be totally wrong. If I remember right, I think what happened was he was there for a day as like a hold-in. He was watching, and then the next day he practiced, and he's like, I can't do that. Like, that's not me. I got to be out there practicing football. It's what I do.
Right. Drew Rosenhaus was at camp, I think, maybe for a day, if I remember right.
That is true with Jordan, right? And Jordan's such a gamer, right? He's like, I can't sit there and watch my teammates practice while I'm not practicing with them. So that basically happened. And that's not an indictment on anybody else necessarily. It just shows, what Jordan's all about. So we've seen that. I think did TJ Watt maybe do that for the Steelers?
Ooh, maybe
he might have.
That sounds familiar.
I know he's been dealing with an injury, so sometimes you have that too. Oh, it almost gets disguised as an injury. Sometimes even the team disguises it as an injury because they don't want it to be a big deal.
Before all of the sexual misconduct allegations against Deshaun Watson, remember he wanted to trade, and unless maybe it was both reasons, but there was like a hold-in with him in Houston. Remember he was practicing at safety even at times, but that was after maybe he was not doing anything. He was there but not doing anything. So you've had some situations like that in the past. Is anybody's antenna really up for that though? Right now, Sal, like not to look for it because we haven't had any proof yet that he's been there because we haven't had an opportunity really. Today's the first time, then mandatory minicamp more so. But the way Beans talked about it, the way James Cook has not really been fanning the flames on social media as much as he was earlier in the spring. Are you no one's really expecting this to get ugly, I don't feel like right now.
I think expect is a really interesting word. I don't expect it to get ugly. I don't think anyone's really, but I think people are kind of bracing in case it does, right? Like, okay, what is going to happen? It's more like, okay, we haven't seen this get ugly in the Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott era of Buffalo Bills football. They've talked very glowingly about James Cook, obviously, but it's almost like you're sitting there waiting for it to happen just in case. So sure. I guess I'd say, Joe, I don't think anybody's expecting it to get ugly, but I don't think anybody's not expecting it or expecting it just to go smoothly, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that also, is anybody just sitting here going, oh yeah, everything's going to work out, he's just going to show up and everything's going to be fine? I don't know if people are expecting that either.
I guess part of it is my benefit of the doubt to the team because they've avoided any sort of mess with contracts and players really the whole time that McDermott and Beane have been running the show. But this is unique, and we've talked about this, that this is the first time I would say that a running back has really made a great case for another contract on this football team. And the way that they are talking about it, at least the way Beane has sounded about it, is that no, they're good. They're maybe even prefer not doing a contract this year, and that if he wants a payday like he's tweeted about, that you got to do it again. And I guess that's right. That's where it's on James Cook. What's his attitude on that? Is he fine with, all right, I'll prove it again? Or is he going to, this is what you're talking about us bracing for. Is he going to do something that a Bill hasn't done in over a decade, which is, I'm not doing it unless you pay me. I'm worth it, and you got to pay me.
If you go back to when other guys were signing their extensions, right? And who was Khalil the first? I think Shakir.
It went Shakir first, and then Bernard. Right? Well, Rousseau, I guess if you count Rousseau, right?
Okay,
was mixed in there, and then it was Shakir,
Bernard, then
Benford. Then Benford. Yep.
And if you go back to one of those instances, and I don't remember which one it was. Might have even been during combine or owners' meetings right around this time. Brandon Beane said they were talking with all these guys, including James Cook. But when it was apparent that they wouldn't get something done with James, they kind of pivoted and concentrated on the next player and the next player. So when you're talking about how the organization, and I agree 100% with you. Like they've treated the running back position where they haven't really, they haven't gone out and given running back second contracts. We know that, right? Mm-hmm. It's a position where we're not going to spend these amazingly big resources because it's a position that we have a certain value on and how we treat it and what we do with our offense. That said, this is a player that they've acknowledged they did try to extend or wanted to, or at least talked about extending, right? Maybe there wasn't anything from Brandon Beane or James Cook's side that said, oh, yeah, we gave a big offer, he didn't like it, or he said they gave me an offer and I didn't like it. Nothing like that. But Brandon did acknowledge, like, yeah, we talked with James Cook and other guys, and when we realized that, hey, wasn't going to happen there, we pivoted and said we'll revisit that later. So I think there's at least been an acknowledgement of a willingness, is the point, on the Bills' part here to this player to maybe act a little bit differently than they have with other players at the position in the past.
Yep, that's right. I mean, he's definitely earned a contract more than enough. This is the first big test of it, right? Like, I don't remember Devin Singletary being this, oh, are they going to pay him? Are they going to let him go? Are they going to give him an extension?
Right.
He was a fine running back, but I don't remember it ever getting to that point with him when he became a free agent, or even the year going into his final year of his contract.
The only player at the position I can even think of anything like this literally was LaShawn McCoy. When they traded for him, when the regime got here, he was already here.
Right.
And then, like, right after that, they kind of adjusted his contract to give him a little more money. This is also before they basically drafted Josh and then Josh's rookie year. Like, it was kind of different how you were building your team at the time.
Right, and your cap situation would have been very different at that point in time as well. So it really is, in many ways, the first big test of it. And, how much will Cook push the envelope? Maybe we'll find out a little bit today. Again, he can kind of, I think, put a lot of this concern to bed if he shows up. If he's not there, he has every right to not be there. It's not a mandatory thing, OTAs. Then we'll wait till the next one to see if he shows up. 803-0550, the phone number, if you've got a question or a comment about the Bills going to OTAs today. And, Josh Allen, the wedding part of it, maybe get to that quickly when we come back, because it reminds me of something that I did before my wedding. In a very different way, but, same kind of philosophy. Lots to catch up on. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio, stay tuned. This is WGR.
Rules and say it doesn't matter if you made the playoffs or not. You can still be the team. Well, guess what? That's what happened to the Bills.
The Bills are going to be on Hard Knocks? Or are they?
Oh, did you miss that part? Did you miss that?
I mean, I wasn't here for it.
Oh, you weren't here for that.
I wasn't here for it. The Bills getting announced for Hard Knocks late last week.
Why do you ask, or are they? You're questioning if this is true?
They haven't announced it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't take that to mean that they're not doing it. Is it weird that they haven't themselves announced that they are going to be on Hard Knocks?
You tell me, why do you think they haven't announced it or acknowledged it?
I don't even know if I have a good guess. Could it just be that they don't really want to be on it? Could that have something to do with it?
I would lean more like that.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you this. Yeah, the Bills didn't volunteer for this. They didn't raise their hand and tell the NFL we want to do this.
Okay.
Now, they'll be willing, they'll be good partners when it comes to it, when it's all said and done. But I think when it comes to acknowledging it, putting out something official, it's okay, let's make sure we do this right. We weren't itching for this. We didn't want this, but if you're going to kind of make us do this and select us, when we announce it, let's do it the right way to make sure that it's good for everybody, right? I think that's probably, to me, the way it reads. Because I will tell you that this is not something they raised their hand for and said, here, choose us. The Bills were always a team, and the messaging has been consistent on this, Joe, which is it's not something we really want to do. In fact, Brandon Beane has said what they do for embedded kind of takes care of that for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they give their own behind the scenes. They give their own all access to their fans. Well, what happened? The league said, we're going to change the rules. The Bills were always basically ineligible for Hard Knocks, at least over the last 6-7 years, because they had made the playoffs every year, essentially.
Uh-huh.
Well, the league said, and NFL Films and HBO got together and said, well, we need more of a diverse pool of teams that we can choose from, and there's some more storylines out there we'd like. So, and then we have all these teams are saying no, especially what happened after the Giants and Joe Shane last year and all of that. We want to make sure teams just don't want to do it. And they said, we're going to change the rules. So back literally a couple months ago at the owners' meetings, they said, we're going to change the rules and say it doesn't matter if you made the playoffs or not. You can still be the team. Well, guess what? That's what happened to the Bills. Congratulations to the Bandits. I mean, what an amazing run and dynasty they've built here. It is really awesome to see, a three-peat here in Buffalo, a championship. And this is a sport that's grown so much, and it has for the last several years. We were at the championship game last year, weren't able to go this year because of the baseball tournament, but really dialed in, listening actually on the way home, listening to the call on WGR Sports Radio 550 and John Gertler. And at halftime, Gertler's like, I really like the way Saskatchewan is playing right now, and I don't really love the way Buffalo's playing, and they're going to have to really kind of flip the switch here in the second half, and boy, did they, Joe, and it was amazing. Got home, and just by the time I got home, there was kind of no doubt that they were winning it. And that's a really cool feeling when you could just celebrate almost an entire quarter, essentially, of knowing you're going to win the championship.
Yeah, they go on that run in the third quarter. I had we were waiting to go out to dinner, so I had some time to put the game on my laptop, and I got there right at the end of the second quarter, and then the third quarter. Right, it's only a one-goal game with 9 minutes to go in the third, and I don't think Saskatchewan scored again. Right, it was 7-6, I think, at one point in time, and the final was
7-6 at halftime, I believe.
Even at halftime, okay. So
I think that's what it was.
Right, so they go on that run, and it wasn't dramatic into the fourth quarter. So packed house, you get the celebration. Listen, no one wants to see them lose in game 2 when they're in Saskatchewan, but I'm watching that game, I'm like, I'm not really going to be super mad if they lose this game, because the opportunity to have that night, right, if you're a Bandits fan and you want to be there when they win it. So to have that line up for you in a perfect way, I think was pretty cool, because they've won on home court at least 2 of the last 3, if not all 3. Good morning. It's beautiful out. The sun is up. Jody Biasi, Sal Capaccio. A couple things I want to get to here before we get to the top of the hour. So we were just talking about OTAs and how I think Deion Dawkins even kind of let it slip a couple months ago about when Josh Allen's wedding is, and we think it's this weekend. Sal, this is something I did, which was a week before my wedding. It was, okay, no more rec sports.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think it was a week and a half before my wedding, I was playing indoor soccer, and I got an elbow to the face, and I think I had a little cut on my lip, nothing bad. I mean, it could have very easily knocked a tooth out. So right then it was nope, done with everything. So for Josh Allen, I don't know though, OTAs, no one's, contacting him especially, let alone anybody getting contact. So I guess, for playing it safe for that or travel, what do we think? If you weren't to be there, would we think there was any reason why you're not going to get anything hit in the face unless someone throws a football when you don't have a helmet on? I think you would think he would be okay.
Yeah, but I think all of that plays into it, which is hey, you're planning something.
Yeah.
You have. Look. You're right, everything you said, but this is a NFL football player and quarterback MVP who is going to have. He's already been at OTAs. He's going to have more OTAs or off-season workouts, I should say. He's going to have more OTAs. He's going to have mandatory minicamp. Going to have training camp. So yes, but he's still doing all those things, probably just not specifically this week. So yes, I think all of that baked in, but it's he's probably hey, I've been doing all this anyway, and I got to take care of this other thing on the side.
That's right. It is a very controlled environment, though, if he was there. So we'll see. It'd be interesting to see if he's there or not. The other thing, very briefly, I wanted to mention before we hit the top of the hour. There's a story this morning. I guess it's not from this morning, but I was just reading about it at Pro Football Talk, that there are not a ton of draft picks remaining unsigned. There's 12 unsigned first-round picks, 4 unsigned third-round picks, 9 in the 4th round, 1 in the 6th round. Every other draft pick is signed, except in round 2, where 30 of the 32 are unsigned. Because there hasn't been a signing of a second-round pick in 19 days. Because the 2 that signed, Houston's Jaden Higgins and Carson Schweisinger, who we talked about for the Bills. He went with the first pick of round 2. The Browns and the Texans fully guaranteed their contracts. And since they've done that, not a single second-round pick is signed. So a little weird. Because this would be obvious. What is every agent probably doing right now with their second-round pick? It's, did you see those 2 guys? Because, no fifth-year option. Well, over here, they got fully guaranteed contracts. So, yeah, you should do that for our guy, too. I wonder if that's... I don't even know if I want to wonder. Isn't that... Wouldn't you assume that that's why there hasn't been a second-round pick signing in 20 days?
Yeah, probably. I have to go back and look. I mean, even Max Harrison, is he signed? I have to even look at that. I have to
for the Bills.
Remember.
I don't have a good. I was gone for a week. I don't know. Did they sign anybody in the last 10 days?
Over the last week or so, no, because there was some draft picks signed, and it all came at once.
Yeah.
When all that happened, you know what I mean, and a bunch of the guys signed. But he did not. I think several of them did, and there was 2, I think, at the time where they announced. I have to go back and look at exactly who it was, exactly who didn't. But they've been practicing. That's why it's sometimes confusing, Joe, because they can practice, and they do practice, except for Shamar Stewart's case in Cincinnati. That's a guy who isn't even practicing doing the workouts with his team because of what's going on with his contract.
The Bengals. Always something. There's always something with the Bengals and contracts. So something to monitor maybe for what's a little trend right now. Not even trend, just 2 teams did it. Maybe the rest of the teams are mad they did it. 803-0550 is the phone number. NFL.com's got a article about who the most underappreciated player for each team is. I think you might be surprised to learn which player they put down for the Bills. I would have had a very different answer. We'll get to that and much more to come. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio here on WGR.
Congratulations to the Bandits. I mean, what an amazing run and dynasty they've built here. It is really awesome to see, a three-peat here in Buffalo, a championship. And this is a sport that's grown so much, and it has for the last several years. We were at the championship game last year, weren't able to go this year because of the baseball tournament. But really dialed in, listening actually on the way home, listening to the call on WGR Sports Radio 550 and John Gertler. And at halftime, Gertler's like, I really like the way Saskatchewan is playing right now, and I don't really love the way Buffalo's playing, and they're going to have to really kind of flip the switch here in the second half. And boy, did they, Joe, and it was amazing. Got home, and just by the time I got home, there was kind of no doubt that they were winning it. And that's a really cool feeling when you know you could just celebrate almost an entire quarter, essentially, of knowing you're going to win the championship.
Yeah, they go on that run in the third quarter. I had we were waiting to go out to dinner, so I had some time to put the game on my laptop, and I got there right at the end of the second quarter. And then the third quarter, right, it's only a 1-goal game with, 9 minutes to go in the third, and I don't think Saskatchewan scored again. Right? It was 7-6, I think, at one point in time, and the final was
7-6 at halftime, I believe.
Even at halftime. Okay, so
I think that's what it was.
Right. So they go on that run, and it wasn't dramatic into the fourth quarter. So packed house, you get the celebration. Listen, no one wants to see them lose in game 2 when they're in Saskatchewan, but I'm watching that game, I'm like, I'm not really going to be super mad if they lose this game, because the opportunity to have that night, right? If you're a Bandits fan and you want to be there when they win it. So to have that line up for you in a perfect way, I think was pretty cool because they've won on home court at least 2 of the last 3, if not all 3. But the way Beans talked about it, the way James Cook has not really been fanning the flames on social media as much as he was earlier in the spring, are you no one's really expecting this to get ugly, I don't feel like right now.
I think expect is a really interesting word. I don't expect it to get ugly. I don't think anyone's really, but I think people are kind of bracing in case it does, right? Like, okay, what is going to happen? It's more like, okay, we haven't seen this get ugly in the Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott era of Buffalo Bills football. They've talked very glowingly about James Cook, obviously, but it's almost like you're sitting there waiting for it to happen just in case. So
Sure.
I guess I'd say, Joe, I don't think anybody's expecting it to get ugly, but I don't think anybody's not expecting it or expecting it just to go smoothly, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that also, is anybody just sitting here going, oh, yeah, everything's going to work out, he's just going to show up and everything's going to be fine? I don't know if people are expecting that either.
I guess part of it is my benefit of the doubt to the team because they've avoided any sort of mess with contracts and players really the whole time that McDermott and Beane have been running the show. But this is unique, and we've talked about this, that this is the first time I would say that a running back has really made a great case for another contract on this football team. And the way that they are talking about it, at least the way Beane has sounded about it, is that no, they're good. They're maybe even prefer not doing a contract this year, and that if he wants a payday like he's tweeted about, that you got to do it again. And I guess that's right. That's where it's on James Cook. What's his attitude on that? Is he fine with, all right, I'll prove it again? Or is he going to, this is what you're talking about us bracing for. Is he going to do something that a Bill hasn't done in over a decade, which is, I'm not doing it unless you pay me. I'm worth it, and you got to pay me.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bandits are champions. Three-peat completed over the weekend. The Bandits win their 3rd straight NLL titles. The Bandits beat the Saskatchewan Rush 15-6 and now have won 7 titles in their history in the NLL. They're the 2nd team in the league history to complete a three-peat. The Buffalo Bills enter the next phase of off-season workouts today as OTAs start up down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will have all the coverage later today as players arrive. The Hurricanes finally break their Eastern Conference Final losing streak last night, shutting out the Florida Panthers 3-0. Florida still holds a 3-1 series lead after their win on Saturday. This series heads back to Carolina for tomorrow for Game 5. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers look to stay hot against the Dallas Stars in Game 4. Edmonton has a 2-1 series lead over the Stars after winning on Friday and Sunday over the weekend. Puck drop tonight is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder hung on last night for a 128-126 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Thunder now lead that series 3-1. Game 5 is in OKC tomorrow. The Pacers and New York Knicks tip off for Game 4 tonight in Indiana at 8:30. The Pacers currently hold a 2-1 series lead over the Knicks after taking Games 2 and 3 over the weekend. The Rochester Americans' playoff run came to an end on Sunday. They fell to the Laval Rocket by a score of 5-0. Goaltender Devin Levi finished the playoffs with a 5-3 record, 2 shutouts, just above a .910 save percentage, and 2.5 goals per game. Also in hockey, Sabres forward Tage Thompson scored the golden goal for Team USA at the Men's World Championships over the weekend. This is the first time that the USA has won gold in the tournament since 1933. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
In the Eastern Conference Final, attempting to stave off elimination tonight. Here's Stan Colvin. Stan Colvin in with a shot. Score! The Hurricanes take their first lead of the series as Stan Colvin beats Bobrovsky.
The Hurricanes win Game 4 over the Panthers, and I officially hate that they won last night.
Yeah, I think I know why. I'm going to say the same thing.
Well,
Is it because of the streak that was broken?
It's the streak that was broken, and you don't have ESPN on, like, in the background somewhere, do you?
I do not, no.
Okay, because in the last 90 seconds, they showed the replay of the puck lying between Rory Fitzpatrick's feet and Rod Brind'Amour running in and scoring against the Buffalo Sabres in Game 7, 2006.
Because that was their last win in a conference final game.
Yep.
And then they had lost 15 straight.
Yep. Which, by the way, is an insane streak.
It's incredible.
A little bit of a... Man, I kind of wish it could have kept going. Could have called it some court. This is the curse. The curse. You won with all the defensemen. Whatever. I don't need to rehash it. But it's in my face. They got the goal today, Game 7 against the Sabres in 06. Right, 15 in a row though that they had lost. They'd been swept 3 times and then got down 3-0 to Florida, which is pretty incredible in its own. I'm gonna get to a Bills thing here, but that stat and. The Hurricanes, Sal, they to me are very similar to the Bills in the NHL because they are good. The one difference would be they don't have a Josh Allen. They don't have a superstar that guy's got to win, and he's going to win eventually. That attitude of it's going to happen someday. Because the Hurricanes, they're kind of absent that superstar. Like Sebastian Aho is very good, but he is not like a tier 1 forward in the league. That team, since Rod Brind'Amour became the head coach in 2018, so in 7 years, 6 seasons, they have made the playoffs all 6 times. After, by the way, not making the playoffs for 8 years in a row. They've made the playoffs every single time he's been the head coach. And their seasons have ended with swept in the conference finals, lost in the second round, lost in the second round, lost in the second round, swept in the conference finals, lost in the second round, and then this year they're probably going to lose in the conference finals again. I mean, they're good every year. They win playoff rounds every year. They just can't quite get to the finals. So in that way, I guess they
what's
remind
missing?
Me of
What is you think it's that superstar? Is that what's missing from them? Like a guy like that?
I think yes. That one, elite forward up front has been missing.
They've always had good but not incredibly great goaltending.
That's the other thing I was going to mention. Yeah, they have never had the great goaltender. It's always been pretty good. And in some years it actually hasn't even been that. This year they've been going between Kochetkov and Anderson. who are fine. But, right, like, look on the other side. Florida's got Bobrovsky. They haven't had a guy like that could get hot for an entire playoff run that I can remember. So, yeah, that's a good point as to why it's happened. But results-wise, they feel very much like the Bills. Like, this team's been so good for so long. They probably should win more. Again, the biggest difference is Josh Allen, and they don't have a Josh Allen.
And obviously, I'm sure people would point out, they do have a cup.
And they do have, yes, they do have a cup.
The same year. I know you forgot about that year, Joe. I know you've erased that year from your memory.
I try to. As much as ESPN wants to remind me of it this morning. Yeah, I try to.
I know. Hey, we have, by the way, welcome and thank you, everybody in the bullpen. Had a great question.
Okay.
If there's something I have a lot of, or probably too many of, it's coffee mugs. I have a lot of coffee mugs. Probably too many.
Yeah.
I have way too many. Believe it or not, I have too many baseball caps. And you may say, I never see you wear a cap. That's right. I really don't wear them. But I get them all the time, and I save them. My son loves wearing them, and he's got tons of them. Mm-hmm. I have a million baseball caps. We actually just finally tossed some and gave some away that were never worn and brand new recently. That being said, I have a ton of coffee mugs. Got my coffee this morning. I'm sitting here in Studio Capaccio, and I'm drinking it. And AC in the bullpen, hey AC, says, Sal, what is on your coffee mug? And I thought that'd be pretty cool to
Was that the Big East?
Tell you. It is the 2009 Big East. Can you see this on video? Anybody who's not watching on video is why you should. Look at this. Now I got to tell you the story about this. You see it on video, Joe?
Yeah.
Right, with all the logos?
Yep.
Those are all of the
faded
teams.
Mug right there.
Yeah, those are all of the teams in the 2009 Big East basketball tournament. This mug came from MSG, the Syracuse UConn 6 overtime game.
Oh, okay.
But when I got it, it was actually, believe it or not, I was covering the game. I was actually living in Florida, and I had a press credential because USF was a team that I had been covering basically at that time.
Okay.
So I go up there, and the media all got like some swag for the media. Thanks for coming, and media comes in from around the country. And this mug was part of it for the media. But what was cool about this mug was it's no longer like this because it's so old. The mug was blue, but when you heated it up with something, coffee, tea, water, then the logos showed up. But it's so old and faded now that the logos are just there all the time.
Wait a minute. That mug was blue?
Yes.
The one you're holding, like what kind of, like a royal blue, like a navy blue?
Yes. Like a dark blue. And when you heated it up, it turned this color. But it's been washed through the washer so many times and used so many times that the blue part has faded, so it's always like this.
I can't believe that mug was ever blue.
Yes.
That's
And I'm sorry, I know it's 16 years old. I'm drinking out of a 16-year-old coffee mug.
Yeah. But
it's sentimental to me. This is from Syracuse UConn 2006 overtime game.
I'm imagining you said you had too many coffee mugs. I'm imagining every one of those coffee mugs you have acquired in between when you got that one and today.
Yeah, I don't think I have any that are older than this one.
And you just use that one? How often do you use that one? Is that most of the time?
No, maybe once a week because I have so many of them. I just grab one.
Okay.
I have one with a boxer dog on it because we had a boxer, Roxy, and she passed away last year. I have one my brother sent me that maybe I'll wear. Maybe I have this week. I'll bring to the studio if I'm in there or home. My brother sent me one a couple years ago on my birthday, and it literally he had it printed. It says, "Of course." I'm a Capaccio. Of course, I'm always right. Something like that. It was just funny, right? It says that you got all these different kind of mugs, and there was a time where I was buying my wife coffee mugs from different Starbucks around the country when we would go on road trips for the Bills. So I have one from maybe like Houston, New York, and Miami, whatever. And they have these for different cities. So we have those as well. But for me personally, I have a whole bunch of different coffee mugs. Anyway, check it out. Really cool, actually. I mean, look at it's Cincinnati's on there, Rutgers, right? Seton
look at
Hall.
That. Marquette is in there.
Marquette, DePaul.
Notre Dame, of course.
I know.
Well, not of course,
Crazy, right?
But yeah. 2009 Big East. I still can't get over that mug you're holding up, which on the stream it kind of looks like a faded yellow.
It's just a faded, like it's a cream. It's it's faded. It's almost white now. There's spots of it that are white you could see.
I would have guessed that mug used to be white, and it is now transitioned to where it is right now. And that was blue?
It was blue, and when you heated it up, it became, the logos showed up. That's what was so cool. I've never found a mug like this now again.
Yeah,
something like that.
So it was blue. It was just plain blue? Or like a Big East logo on it,
darker blue, yeah.
And then when you would put the hot coffee in it, that's when the logos would show up.
Yes.
That's like there's the beer cans now where when which one of the beer companies does this, when the mountains are blue, when the beer is cold. It's like the opposite of that. When the coffee was hot. That is cool. I don't know that I've seen that anywhere else. You have too many coffee mugs. I have too many koozies. Does anybody else have this problem? I feel like everybody.
I don't
has
use
this problem.
koozies. If I get a koozie, I give them away. I'm like, I'm not going to use this.
Well, because everybody gives them away. Everywhere you look, every giveaway anywhere is here's a koozie. Just have one. You just walk anywhere. People are just handing you koozies these days. I got a whole cupboard full of them. You
and I were in a golf event last week where we got a koozie.
Yeah, right. Yes, I go to anything like that. I'm expecting to come away with a koozie. I'm expecting to come away with one. Mugs too, but koozies would be more so for me. Just way too many. Way too many. I could use getting rid of 80% of the koozies I have because I'll never use them. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got something you want to throw in the bullpen, by the way, feel free. We'll be monitoring that as the day goes on. Maybe we'll check in with the chat in a little bit again. So I was reading at NFL.com a story of every team's most underappreciated player. And I'm like, all right, let me see. Let me see what they got for the Bills here. If you were to guess, Sal, assuming you haven't seen this.
I have not seen this.
If you were to guess, who would you guess that NFL.com has listed for the Bills as their most underappreciated player?
Okay, underappreciated. All right, so I'm going to play the game here, what's the saying? Play the player, not the game. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
What does NFL.com say? Because I think if you are in Buffalo, if we do this, if we put the poll up, right, from Bills fans. I think you're getting Terrell Bernard, Khalil Shakir, one of those guys. Maybe Christian Benford.
Yeah.
I think those are probably your top three guys off the top of my head, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
right?
No, definitely. I would tell you that, in fact, I'll even tell you who my answer would be that I would put in that group would be Spencer Brown.
Yes.
Because
I was just going to say him too.
I think last year he might have taken, not even might have, I think there's a lot of good evidence of this, that he took a step as one of the league's best right tackles now. And that especially that playoff game against Denver, I think he was literally perfect. Like, he didn't have a single failed protection the whole game. I would say Spencer Brown would be my answer.
His game has really grown, and he's such a big guy. He's so athletic for his size. So
yeah,
I'm going to guess that they did not choose one of those four then.
None of them. They didn't choose any.
Okay. So who would they say most underappreciated? Don't tell me it's Ed Oliver.
It's not Ed Oliver.
Okay.
I would say, do you want me to give you a couple of the other teams to kind of give you an idea of
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Level?
Let's go.
So, Baltimore, they put Rashad Bateman. Cincinnati is tight end Mike Gesicki. You go down to Kansas City is tight end Noah Gray. So sometimes you get a full-time starter. Sometimes you're getting more of a, like Pittsburgh, it's Jalen Warren, who's the part-time running back.
Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna stop you right there.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say Ty Johnson.
That's a very good guess. It's not Ty Johnson.
Okay.
I feel like Ty Johnson would have been a great answer too, though, to this question. It is someone that would not be a listed starter going into the season.
Okay, not a listed starter.
Yeah.
Dorian Williams.
It is Dorian Williams. They put Dorian Williams as the Bills' most underappreciated player. They did cite one of the reasons is that he had the most tackles on the team last year, that he played well until Matt Milano came back. Dorian Williams, who had a fine season, I think, right? He didn't really let anybody down, I would say, when he was filling in for Matt Milano. He's not a star player right now.
There was a good debate when he came back, right? When Milano came back, even after Milano had, played a little bit, and people said, oh my God, he's not the same guy. Put Dorian Williams back in there, and the team kind of had a plan. I think it worked out in the end where you could see why once you got to those once you got to the Ravens game, and then Milano kind of tweaked his hammy at the end of that Ravens game, by the way.
Yeah.
And, and that's why he wasn't on the field for the last series. Eric Turner, Cover One, did a really good breakdown about Dorian last year versus Matt. When it all happened, it was December.
Yeah.
When Dorian Williams, when Matt Milano came back. Now, remember Eric did this, and I would point to people, if you haven't watched it, you can go find it. We've had Eric, obviously, on WGR. And I thought that the thing that really stood out from what Eric broke down was Matt just processes so quickly. that even though Dorian can kind of make plays and flash, and he gets there, he gets to the party when he brings it, right? Like sometimes he does not. When you're comparing to Matt Milano, you just don't process as fast. Yeah. Most people don't. So therefore, he just wasn't in the proper position quite often. Whereas Matt is almost always in the right position because he processes so fast.
Right, exactly.
Right. I think wouldn't that be the best way to kind of put it? Like
I think so.
With the breakdown on what he did.
Yes, I would say that was the best takeaway between the two, and that because really, like, if you could take, Milano used to have this level of athleticism. Maybe he can get it back to some degree, and he did a little bit as the season went on. If you could take Milano's processing speed mentally and put it right now in Dorian Williams' athleticism, you'd have like the best linebacker in football. Because Williams is running, side to side across the field at the speed of some as like a slower wide receiver more than even a fast tight end. That is the one position, Sal, that I would say on defense, right? Am I missing somebody that they really just didn't do anything? That they restructured Milano's contract, and he's got 1 year now until he could hit free agency. But
no, I'll give you one.
Go ahead.
And they did sign just a kind of a depth piece. All that talk that we had going into the draft about safety, they didn't do anything.
Right. Oh, that's right. They didn't do anything. They signed Derek Forrest, but that's not like a major
piece. He's not coming in to start, right?
That's right.
There was so much talk on draft day. I remember coming on draft day, and all these national people had the Bills taking, was it Malachi Starks?
Starks, yeah.
And all that. And I remember we had this big discussion, and I said many times, I just can't see it. I don't know why everybody's jumping on this. I'd be stunned. Look, I had so many people telling me and messaging me that day, like, well, Sal, you're nuts. That Malachi Starks is better than anybody they have. That's a different discussion.
Yeah.
Like whether he's better than them or not, or the Bills should try to upgrade there or not, is a different discussion on how they view their own room and what they felt that what they were going to do. I never thought they were going to take a safety. They didn't. Of course, Malachi Starks went before the Bills drafted anyway. He went to the Baltimore Ravens, right? A couple of picks before the Bills. But they didn't do anything at that position, Joe, which is interesting, right? Because it was a position going in where there was a lot of talk into the season. They did bring DeMar Hamlin back on a very minimal contract. But I think it's clearly set up. Not to divert from your linebacker conversation.
No, yeah.
I think it's clearly set up. The Bills feel Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop are their top two safeties.
Yeah.
And maybe Cam Lewis is now just strictly their number 3 backup. Or maybe that comes from the corner they drafted, Jordan Hancock, because him and Cam Lewis are kind of like the same interchangeable safety / slot corner.
That's right. See, to me, though, that's a good question about who would be the next man up and how rotationally it could go. But I'm with you. I don't think there's any chance, realistically, where other than injury, or Cole Bishop just shows up and just something didn't click in the offseason. It's going to be Rapp and Bishop. Linebacker, it's going to be Bernard and Milano. But I am 100%. I am curious how it goes and how the season progresses. Because Milano, I think, did give confidence to people that, okay, there's still, you mentioned the processing speed, Eric Turner's breakdown, it came back. From the first time he steps on the field and he gets crossed over by Kyron Williams in that Ram game. And it's, oh, man, I just wonder if there's anything left in there. To that Jet game and that first playoff game and even parts of the Baltimore game where it's okay, there's still a dude in there. It might not be
the Ravens. You remember there were a couple plays in the Ravens game. He knocked down that 2-point conversion where it kind of looked like it was just okay, they're going to complete this, and out of nowhere he gets that left hand back and he knocks it down, I think it was, right? Those are the kinds of things that started to come back.
Yeah, I'm forgetting if it was that game or if it was even the Denver game a little bit, but using Milano as the spy a lot of times.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He had a sack on Bo Nix. He chased him down.
Yes, right.
To the sideline. It was right at they gave him a sack. It was right at the line of scrimmage, but it was a sack. Yes. When it was all said and done.
So really, I guess the question with Milano is just going to be what the question has been for a couple of years, because you still see the signs of a guy in there, a good player. Maybe not the top 5 linebacker in the league that he was a few years ago, but a guy that can make a real difference for you. Can that guy's body hang together? stay together for 17 games. Because if it then you have a great player.
I think what you might see this year, maybe, I don't know, but maybe because of what Dorian was able to do last year, getting that second year under him, maybe it's a little bit of a load management situation with Matt this year, too. Like, you think about Joey Bosa, right? And, hey, like, we're not going to have this guy on the field all the time. And I'm not telling you Matt Milano's not going to play first and second down. Those are his money downs. What I'm telling you is, in a normal game situation, he's on the field. But maybe you get a 2-touchdown lead and you say, hey, Dorian, go play will linebacker for a series. Something like that.
That's a good question, how much they would want to do that. Because, two, they might also want to get a look at beyond what they see in practice and in training camp, and that'll be meaningful also. Chris Brown talking about Williams is in my head because he really liked his season last year, a lot more than even I did. How much will the Bills want to see him? Not just even for the load management portion of this, but for long-term purposes. I mean, he is still very young. I mean, he was drafted in 2023. He's still 23 years old. And you see that there is a crazy good athlete in there for a linebacker, which would make you think that there's an upside still to be found there, but it's just the mental part of the game and overrunning things, and can he get all that down? Because if you get signs of that this year in spots, like that could go a long way for the linebacker conversation beyond this year. Because Milano, I don't know what the future will hold for him after this season. Like right now, Williams going into a fourth year of a rookie deal, 24 years old. I mean, that feels like your maybe most likely guy right now for that. And you're not going to want him to not play at all next year if Milano were to stay healthy. So I just think that all of that position, even though they didn't really do much or really anything at that position, the rotation might be really interesting for what they do.
It is funny. They did not do anything, you're right, other than bring in Keontae Jenkins as an undrafted free agent. Like, that's it. That's the only thing they did at the position, which is interesting because I think, Joe, maybe the bigger question is who winds up winning the backup middle linebacker job, which I think is between Joe Andreessen and Balen Spector. And I'm going to give the nod to Joe Andreessen because of his availability and the fact that he's going into the second year of a very minimal rookie contract. Balen Spector's on the fourth year of a rookie contract. He hasn't been as available. He was on IR twice last year. This has nothing to do with Joe being the local guy or anything like that. I think he earned his spot. But I think Joe Andreessen, as I sit here now, I think he beats out Balen Spector. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if Spector gets the first crack at it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, I would just the incumbent still in a way.
Yes. Yes.
But I'm with you. By the way, someone in the chat did point out Milano has 2 years left in his contract. If you go to his spot track page, one of them's a void.
No.
It's a void year though. So
it's a void. Oh yeah, sorry, Joe. Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, it's a void year, so it's a 1 year deal. Like
what happened was they redid his contract a couple months ago, and he was supposed to be under contract for 25 and 26.
Right.
But they shaved off a year of his contract, and he took a reduction in salary, but to get incentives. And that year became a void year, as Joe just pointed out. So he's actually an unrestricted free agent after this season.
Right. And the Bills will, there is a consequence to that. They will take, according to Spot Track, it's $11 million next year that they'll have to eat, and then 4.8 the year after. So, it's not, you might actually, your best case scenario, this was a thing we talked about with Bosa. We got to break. We're getting Paul Hamilton. We'll shift gears coming back. But Joey Bosa, there's a thing about his where okay, it's a void year next year and there's a cap hit, but if it goes well and you extend him, then you make that a lot more manageable. And you might be rooting for the same thing with Milano. I mentioned Williams a year from now at 24 years old could be a good option for you, but Milano at 31, if he's able to stay healthy, it's a huge if for him, I know. But that's what you'd be rooting for, because then that cap hit, doesn't look as bad because you actually have the guy in the field playing for you.
As JT points out, you can still extend a guy on a void year, no doubt.
Yeah.
It really kind of triggers when the void happens. If he's on the roster on this particular day, it's void, and you got to count that cap hit. But the Bills could in December say, hey, Matt Milano's had a great year. We want to extend him. And you can change everything about what that void year means, basically. So I think for our purposes here, Milano going into the last year of his contract, and then we'll see.
803-0550, the phone number. Paul Hamilton, when we come back. Tage Thompson had a huge weekend. Team USA won a tournament they haven't won since the 1930s. The Amherst season comes to an end, and the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. So we'll change gears, get some hockey, and when we come back with Paul here on WGR. But the way Beans talked about it, the way James Cook has not really been fanning the flames on social media as much as he was earlier in the spring, are you no one's really expecting this to get ugly, I don't feel like right now.
I think expect is a really interesting word. I don't expect it to get ugly. I don't think anyone's really, but I think people are kind of bracing in case it does, right? Like, okay, what is going to happen? It's more like, okay, we haven't seen this get ugly in the Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott era of Buffalo Bills football. They've talked very glowingly about James Cook, obviously, but it's almost like you're sitting there waiting for it to happen just in case. So
Sure.
I guess I'd say, Joe, I don't think anybody's expecting it to get ugly, but I don't think anybody's not expecting it or expecting it just to go smoothly, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that also, is anybody just sitting here going, oh, yeah, everything's going to work out, he's just going to show up and everything's going to be fine? I don't know if people are expecting that either.
I guess part of it is my benefit of the doubt to the team because they've avoided any sort of mess with contracts and players really the whole time that McDermott and Beane have been running the show. But this is unique, and we've talked about this, that this is the first time I would say that a running back has really made a great case for another contract on this football team. And the way that they are talking about it, at least the way Beane has sounded about it, is that no, they're good. They're maybe even prefer not doing a contract this year, and that if he wants a payday like he's tweeted about, that you got to do it again. And I guess that's right. That's where it's on James Cook. What's his attitude on that? Is he fine with, all right, I'll prove it again? Or is he going to, this is what you're talking about us bracing for. Is he going to do something that a Bill hasn't done in over a decade, which is, I'm not doing it unless you pay me. I'm worth it, and you got to pay me. Bills are going to be on Hard Knocks, or are they?
Oh, did you miss that part? Did you miss that?
I mean, I wasn't here for it.
Oh, you weren't here for that.
I wasn't here for it. The Bills getting announced for Hard Knocks late last week.
Why do you ask, or are they? You're questioning if this is true?
They haven't announced it, right? Mm-hmm. I don't take that to mean that they're not doing it. Is it weird that they haven't themselves announced that they are going to be on Hard Knocks?
You tell me. Why do you think they haven't announced it or acknowledged it?
I don't even know if I have a good guess. Could it just be that they don't really want to be on it? Could that have something to do with it?
I would lean more like that. Mm-hmm. I will tell you this. Yeah, the Bills didn't volunteer for this. They didn't raise their hand and tell the NFL we want to do this.
Okay.
Now, they'll be willing. They'll be good partners when it comes to it, when it's all said and done. But I think when it comes to acknowledging it, putting out something official, it's okay. Let's make sure we do this right. We weren't itching for this. We didn't want this. But if you're gonna kind of make us do this and select us, when we announce it, let's do it the right way to make sure that it's good for everybody, right? I think that's probably to me the way it reads. Because I will tell you that this is not something they raised their hand for and said, here, choose us. The Bills were always a team, and the messaging has been consistent on this, Joe, which is it's not something we really want to do. In fact, Brandon Beane has said what they do for Embedded kind of takes care of that for them. Mm-hmm. Like, they give their own behind the scenes. They give their own all access to their fans. Well, what happened? The league said, we're going to change the rules. The Bills were always basically ineligible for Hard Knocks, at least over the last 6-7 years, because they had made the playoffs every year, essentially. Uh-huh. Well, the league said, and NFL Films and HBO got together and said, well, we need more of a diverse pool of teams that we can choose from, and there's some more storylines out there we'd like. So And then we have all these teams are saying no, especially what happened after the Giants and Joe Shane last year and all of that. We want to make
titles in their history in the league, and also are the second team to complete a three-peat in the NLL. The Bills enter the next phase of the offseason today as OTAs start up down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will have coverage all day later today as players arrive. The Carolina Hurricanes finally broke their Eastern Conference Finals losing streak last night after they shut out the Florida Panthers 3-0. Florida still holds a 3-1 series lead after their win on Saturday. This series heads back to Carolina tomorrow for Game 5. Tonight, the Oilers look to stay hot against the Stars in Game 4. Edmonton has a 2-1 series lead over Dallas. That puck drop is tonight at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA last night, the Thunder hang on to win 128-126 over the Timberwolves. They now have a 3-1 series lead. Game is in OKC tomorrow for Game 5. And the Pacers and Knicks tip off for Game 4 tonight in Indiana at 8:30. Pacers have a 2-1 series lead over New York. The Rochester Americans' playoff run came to an end on Sunday. They fall to the Laval Rocket 5-0. And also in hockey, Tage Thompson scores the golden goal for USA in the Men's World Championships over the weekend. That was the first time that the U.S. has won gold in that tournament since 1933. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning. It's time to talk some hockey. Changing gears now, talking with Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Jody Biasi, Sal Capaccio. Jeremy White is off this week. Good morning, Paul.
Morning, guys. How are you?
I'm good. We're good. Good to talk. Good to chat again. There's a lot that's happened in hockey, I feel like, since we last talked.
It was a crazy day of hockey. All the games were happening kind of at the same time.
Yeah.
They were, a little different times in the afternoon, but basically going the same time. So I didn't really actually get to see much of the NHL game just because of the gold medal game and the Amerks game.
Yeah. Also, what is the NHL doing putting Stars Oilers on in the middle of the afternoon on a weekend? I was excited to watch that game on my flight, and then I realized it was at 4 o'clock. I'm like, oh, I'm not doing that. Where you want to start, Paul? Do you want to start with Tage Thompson scoring the golden goal for Team USA? They win a tournament, the World Championships they hadn't won since the 1930s. And really what it does for him, because we're actually going to talk to Stephen Ellis from the Daily Faceoff a little later this morning, and he wrote that Thompson was willing to hit everything that tournament. He played well defensively. He obviously scored a bunch of goals and was creating shots so that, if we're thinking about his Olympic candidacy, I don't feel like he could have had a better tournament.
Yeah, and even before he scored the goal, I mean, he hadn't scored in 3 games, I believe it was, but I didn't hate his game, in those 3 games. I wouldn't say he was playing poorly. He was playing a team game is what he was doing. I mean, he was playing the game that the coaching staff was asking Team USA to play to try to win a tournament. So there were times where it was like instead of trying a high wire act or trying to maybe stick handle through a couple of guys or, it was like, all right, let's put the puck in the place where it needs to be put and let's live for another day type of a thing. And, he was doing that. And there was one play he made I really liked. He had turned the puck over in the offensive zone, but he just put his head down and hightailed it back. And he got back, and he was the one that got back to break up the play. It's like, okay, you made a mistake. Everybody's going to make a mistake in a hockey game. That's what hockey games are. But he did everything he could to correct that mistake, and he did, and made a really nice defensive play, getting back to break up the rush, and then was able to counter the other way. So I really liked the team game that he was playing, and by the end of the tournament, he did score 2 overtime goals. He did score 6 goals. He had 9 points in 10 games, and So I even without the overtime goal, the golden goal, I would still be sitting here telling you that I think he should make the Olympic team.
Yeah. There was one reason that was cited, maybe even by Bill Guerin directly. I should find exactly where, but what was cited was that one reason he didn't make the Four Nations team, Paul, or one thing that, USA Hockey wonders about him is, does he have any big game experience? Because he doesn't really have a lot of that from the Sabres. I don't know if they would consider that, big game experience, but, it's a championship game, and you needed a guy to do it, and he went down the ice and he scored. So if that was the thing keeping him off a Team USA, I don't know that it still would. Really, would you also predict that as long as there is an injury or, some unforeseen terrible start to next season, that he is actually going to make the Team USA at the Olympics?
No, I think he should. Now, I don't trust Guerin or Drury because they got to put their guys on first. So you got to have the Minnesota Wild and New York Rangers on the team. And that's where I think it came off the rails for guys like Thompson and some others. Look at the top 7 American goal scorers last year. I believe, and Tuck was one of them, I believe 2 of them made the Four Nations tournament.
That's unbelievable.
Of the top 7 goal scorers. And Tage Thompson was number 1 at 44 goals. And go back to the 47-goal year. From that point, 2022, until now, Tage Thompson is the second leading U.S. goal scorer behind Austin Matthews. It's not just he had 1 year where he was up in the top. He has been since the year he scored 47. True, he didn't have big game experience, and I think that's only going to help him with the Sabres too, because he in an interview afterwards said, I had never won anything, in the NHL. And, he's been around 7 years now, so he's been around for half the drought. And now you could just watching him, the whole celebration, it's almost like a weight had been lifted off of him. It's like now he knows what it's like to win something. Now, winning the gold medal at the World Championship is not winning the Stanley Cup. It's not even winning the gold medal at the Olympics, but it is something. It is an accomplishment. You look at Team USA. Beforehand, you wouldn't say, well, that's the best team. They were good. But, again, Guerin wanted players to show up, and some didn't. Now, if you're a restricted free agent or something like that, of course you're not going to show up. That's why J.J. Peterka wasn't there for Germany, because he's a restricted free agent, and if you don't have a contract, you're not going. But still, there were still a lot of guys, and so many guys went over there. They were rushing over there after they got eliminated in the playoffs. McKinnon rushed over there. Half the New Jersey Devils team rushed over there. Even Nylander showed up. After the Leafs, they got eliminated late. He only got in 2 games, but he went over there, or 3 games, I'm sorry. He went over there too. So many guys went over there, but Team USA hardly had anybody that went over there. And after they got eliminated, it's just that's one of the reasons nobody had won that tournament for Team USA since 1933 is because of that point. They have trouble getting people over there for that tournament, and for whatever the reason is, where other nations don't necessarily have that problem. And Guerin was disappointed that very few went over there, and I think he appreciated the fact that Thompson did. And Thompson told me before he left, we talked about it before the Sabres season ended, he was going there to prove a point, and I think he did it.
All right, Paul, so Rochester American season is over. They lose in 5 to Laval. So everything with the Sabres organization is done now as far as on the ice. The Sabres are done. The Amerks are done. What's the next order of business? You have several RFAs, obviously. You have the Bo Byram situation hanging out there. You have the draft coming up. What's the order of business here for Kevin Adams, his coaching staff? I don't even think we've heard anything official about the coaching staff or the organization even. So what can fans look for next, and what needs to happen next?
Yeah, I mean, as far as we know, nothing has happened with the coaching staff. They still haven't, at least maybe they have hired somebody, but they haven't announced it or anything for the front office. So they have to continue to try to find that person for the front office, or at least get that squared away. We don't know if they're looking for coaches that they aren't. There really hasn't been anything said or even indicated that coaches are leaving or they're with the coaching staff. I mean, they're not going to announce that. Well, we're not firing our coaching staff.
Right.
I mean,
right.
It's you just kind of wait and see. I mean, next time Adams will speak is around the draft, which is at the end of June. So that would probably be the next time that we would get a chance to speak with him about that particular thing. They've got the they're preparing for the draft. They they got to get qualifying offers out to their restricted free agents, and I don't think there's anybody restricted that they have that they will not qualify. That happens just as in between the draft and when the season ends. With the qualifying offers will be out there, and they're of course looking for trades. I'm sure Kevin Adams has been been talking about trades since then, because that's when trades start happening, is once the Stanley Cup playoffs end and you get in towards the draft and free agency and those types of events that happen during the summertime. That's when all of a sudden you'll start seeing some trades also.
Quickly on restricted free agency, Paul. We'll spend much of the time, I'm sure, on other guys, but Devin Levi's season comes to an end in Rochester. We've talked about him and what we think will happen to him next season, whether he'll be one of the two goalies in Buffalo. He had a tough series against Laval, .861 save percentage. Not every goal was his fault, but maybe even he would say there were a few that he would like back. Did that series, giving up 5 goals in the elimination game, did any of those games in that series change your thought on where he'll be or where he should be to start next season?
Well, yes. Now, Laval is the number 1 team in the American Hockey League. They're better than Syracuse. Levi was lights out against Syracuse, gave up 2 goals in 3 games. But he gave up 18 goals in 5 games against Laval. And the 2 wins, he was one of the reasons. He really played well in Game 4 to be able to force a Game 5, as did his team. I don't think the team played as well in front of him either. One of the things about the Amherst team all year long is the way they played team defense, and Levi didn't have to stand on his head a lot of the time. But especially in Game 5, they hung him. They just didn't play well at all in front of him, and he wasn't up to it as far as making a big save at the big time. And that was what he did for most of the season. When they needed him to make a big save, he did. But he also wasn't all that busy a lot of the time, too, because of the great team defense that they played. So that went away also for him. But he didn't play as well. You're right, there were games he'd want back. And now, for me, there's question marks. I would not go in this season with 2 young goaltenders that are both, not... that last series against Levi showed me, is he ready for the NHL? Will he ever be ready for the NHL? I don't know. Or will he come and play well in training camp and be lights out and be a very good NHL goaltender? That could also happen.
Right. And then with Luukkonen paired with him, it would be two big question marks.
Right. And Luukkonen could get his game back from what he had at the end, not this past year, but the year before, where in 35 games he had some of the best numbers in the National Hockey League. That could happen too, but do you want it? Because if it doesn't happen, and you got those 2 there, and it doesn't happen, if one of them doesn't take the reins,
yep, that could sink your season.
Take that number up to 15.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It really could. If they both hit, it's possible. Then you can make the playoffs on that. But if
one of them hits,
yeah. But if they both don't. They could get their power play could improve, and they could get better defensively even, and you just don't get the saves. That could sink your season.
You're right. You have to get saves. You have to have good goaltending if you're going to be a good team.
All right. Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. The Amherst season sadly comes to an end, and now, we'll look for free agency, and before that, of course, the NHL draft. And we'll talk more playoffs, too. So thanks, Paul, for joining, and we'll talk later this week.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Timeout here. When we come back, I do have one hockey observation from my time in South Florida that I want to get in here, coming back here on WGR.
Congratulations to the Bandits. I mean, what an amazing run and dynasty they've built here. It is really awesome to see, a three-peat here in Buffalo, a championship. And this is a sport that's grown so much, and it has for the last several years. We were at the championship game last year, weren't able to go this year because of the baseball tournament. But really dialed in, listening actually on the way home, listening to the call on WGR Sports Radio 550 and John Gertler. And at halftime, Gertler's like, I really like the way Saskatchewan is playing right now, and I don't really love the way Buffalo's playing, and they're going to have to really kind of flip the switch here in the second half, and boy, did they, Joe, and it was amazing. Got home, and just by the time I got home, there was kind of no doubt that they were winning it, and that's a really cool feeling when you know you could just celebrate almost an entire quarter, essentially, of knowing you're going to win the championship.
Yeah, they go on that run in the third quarter. I had we were waiting to go out to dinner, so I had some time to put the game on my laptop, and I got there right at the end of the second quarter, and then the third quarter. Right, it's only a one-goal game with 9 minutes to go in the third, and I don't think Saskatchewan scored again. Right? It was 7-6, I think, at one point in time, and the final was
7-6 at halftime, I believe.
Even at halftime. Okay, so
I think that's what it was.
Right. So they go on that run, and it wasn't dramatic into the fourth quarter. So packed house, you get the celebration. Listen, no one wants to see them lose in game 2 when they're in Saskatchewan, but I'm watching that game, I'm like, I'm not really going to be super mad if they lose this game, because the opportunity to have that night, right? If you're a Bandits fan and you want to be there when they win it, so to have that line up for you in a perfect way, I think was pretty cool, because they've won on home court at least 2 of the last 3, if not all 3. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy is off this week. So I was off last week. Got down to Fort Lauderdale. I'm lucky enough to miss all of this terrible weather that we had last week. It's nice today. So I'm in Fort Lauderdale, like 20 minutes from the Panthers arena. And we're in town. We did not go to Game 3. We thought about it on Saturday night, but it was a little too expensive when you don't have an emotional tie. So I'm sitting at this beach bar. It's beautiful. Like, it's right on the water. We're just there having a drink, watching the game. And we're watching the Panthers game, playoff conference finals, Game 3, home playoff game. And there's like 2 beach bars. This is right on this strip on the water where like all the Bills fans take over when it's Bills-Dolphins. And, you know, there's a couple hundred people probably between the 2 bars, and the game is on. And the Panthers score a goal, big goal, third period, to go up. And I'm waiting to hear what the reaction's like. And there's maybe a dozen people clapping. And that's it. Like a dozen people. Now, it's Memorial Day weekend. Maybe not everybody. In fact, I'm sure not a lot of people in those places are from the area. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, not that they don't deserve it, you know? Not that they don't deserve a team and they don't deserve to have good seasons. But I'm just thinking, like, if this was us, with 2 bars next to each other, and your team scores a goal in the conference finals, I mean, here, the buildings would be shaking that you were in. Versus, like, you know, dozen people are clapping. And that's just here. I mean, Toronto, Montreal, so many other places where the buildings would be shaking. So, again, that's not me saying they don't deserve a team. I think they have one of the most impressive teams I've ever seen in my life. Talk a little more about that later. That roster is perfect. But, yeah, it wasn't quite the atmosphere that I was expecting. Like, oh, let's go out and watch the Panther game in South Florida. 803-0550, the phone number. More hockey with Stephen Ellis at 8:30. I want to get back to some Bills, though, when we come back. If you got a guy for your most underappreciated Buffalo Bill, NFL.com says Dorian Williams. I've had some good answers on Twitter. We'll get to some more football when we come back. Jeremy's off this week. It's Joe DiBiase. Sal Capaccio took off. He's got the OTA's media for the Bills. Sean McDermott speaking, so he's heading down to the stadium. We'll hear from him a little bit later on, so stay tuned. This is WGR. So I was reading at NFL.com a story of every team's most underappreciated player. And I'm like, all right, let me see. Well, let me see what they got for the Bills here. If you were to guess, Sal, assuming you haven't seen this.
I have not seen this.
If you were to guess, who would you guess that NFL.com has listed for the Bills as their most underappreciated player?
Okay, underappreciated. All right, so I'm going to play the game here, what's the saying? Play the player, not the game. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Play
like,
the
what
player.
does NFL.com say? Because I think if you are in Buffalo, if we do this, if we put the poll up, right, from Bills fans, I think you're getting Terrell Bernard, Khalil Shakir, one of those guys, maybe Christian Benford.
Yeah.
I think those are probably your top 3 guys off the top of my head. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
right?
No, definitely. I would tell you that, in fact, I'll even tell you who my answer would be that I would put in that group would be Spencer Brown.
Yes.
Because
I was just going to say him too.
I think last year he might have taken, not even might have, I think there's a lot of good evidence of this, that he took a step as one of the league's best right tackles now. And that especially that playoff game against Denver, I think he was literally perfect. Like, he didn't have a single failed protection the whole game. I would say Spencer Brown would be my answer.
His game has really grown, and he's such a big guy. He's so athletic for his size. So
yeah,
I'm going to guess that they did not choose one of those 4 then.
None of them. They didn't choose any.
Okay. So who would they say most underappreciated? Don't tell me it's Ed Oliver.
It's not Ed Oliver.
Okay.
I would say, like, do you want me to give you a couple of the other teams to kind of give you an idea of
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Level?
Let's go.
So, like, Baltimore, they put Rashad Bateman. Cincinnati is tight end Mike Gesicki. You go down to Kansas City is tight end Noah Gray. So sometimes you get a full-time starter. Sometimes you're getting more of a, like Pittsburgh, it's Jalen Warren, who's the part-time running back.
Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna stop you right there.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say Ty Johnson.
That's a very good guess. It's not Ty Johnson.
Okay.
I feel like Ty Johnson would have been a great answer too, though, to this question. It is someone that would not be a listed starter going into the season.
The Buffalo Bandits are champions once again. They've complete their three-peat over the weekend, winning their third straight NLL title. They now have 7 titles in their history in the NLL. They beat the Saskatchewan Rush 15-6, and now they are also the second team in the league to complete a three-peat. The Buffalo Bills enter the next phase of the offseason today as OTAs start up down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will have all the coverage later today as players start to arrive. The Carolina Hurricanes finally break their Eastern Conference Finals losing streak. They lost 15 games in a row in the Eastern Conference Finals leading up to last night. But last night they shut out the Florida Panthers 3-0. Florida still leads that series 3-1 after their win on Saturday. This series now heads back to Carolina tomorrow for Game 5. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers look to stay hot out west as the Dallas Stars and Oilers square off in Game 4. Edmonton currently has a 2-1 series lead after winning Friday and Sunday. Puck drop tonight is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA last night, the Oklahoma City Thunder hang on for a 128-126 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Thunder now lead that series 3-1 with Game 5 in OKC tomorrow. The Pacers and Knicks tip off tonight in Game 4 in Indiana at 8:30. Pacers currently hold a 2-1 series lead over the Knicks after taking Games 2 and 3 over the weekend. The Rochester Americans' playoff run came to an end on Sunday. They fell to the Laval Rocket by a score of 5-0. Goaltender Devin Levi finished the playoffs with a 5-3 record, 2 shutouts, a .910 save percentage, and 2.5 goals against per game. Also in hockey, Sabres forward Tage Thompson scored the golden goal for Team USA in the Men's World Championships over the weekend. This is the first time that the USA has won gold in the tournament since 1933. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Just because there was some question marks who the better team was, and just watching social media, it seemed like they thought they were better than us. So it was just nice to put our stamp on that. Yeah, we're still the best team in this league. We played them 4 times, including in the regular season, and we beat them 3, and they beat us 1 at their place. So I think if there's any question mark who the best team is, we proved it tonight.
That's John Tavares on the Buffalo Bandits winning the NLL championship, his team. Is he... No. Do I even ask? It's a terrible question. I was going to say, is it possible he could surpass his resume as a player, as a coach? But I don't think so. I mean, he's the best player in the league's history.
What if he wins another championship next year?
That's the thing. If he wins, 5, 6 championships as Bandits head coach, it's pretty good too. For all the... we'll get to some football here, but I wasn't here for the end of the Leaf season, right? I think that happened right beginning of last week, or even a little bit before that, but I don't think I'm here for it. So, the beginnings of Mitch Marner watch, I'm not here for. Every Mitch Marner conversation goes the exact same way. You bring him up, and you go, man, be great. The Sabres can get him. I hope they're in on it. Hope they could get him. And then somebody logically goes, yeah, he's never coming here. And then what is the counter every single time to, oh, he'll never come here? The counter 100% of the time is, well, he's a Bills fan. What if Josh Allen's in the meeting? What if we give him season tickets? That's always the counter. Always the counter. And I'm not saying that it's impossible I love that we're on YouTube now. You can see when my chair sinks all the way to the bottom. I got it back. Anyways, he's a Bills fan. It's not impossible he could be curious about the idea of playing here if he's such a big Bills fan. He's been to games, of course. He loves Josh Allen. I don't think it will be at all the determining factor to where he plays. But okay. John Tavares is also a free agent. Leafs John Tavares. I mean, we did this with him when he left the New York Islanders, didn't we? Hey, his uncle is a legend here. Maybe he could put in a good word. He's 35 now, and he's still pretty good. He's not the player he once was, but he's still pretty good. Although I would imagine he's more likely to sign back with the Leafs than he would be here. By the way, he actually might be about as good as the player he once was because he had the second most goals in his career last season. 38 goals, Tavares. I don't think he'll leave Toronto, though. He went home. He's from there. He'd probably be easier to sign than Marner. But I don't know.
Wasn't it wild that they, like, the day after they lost, were like, yeah, Tavares is back, it's fine.
Yeah.
That seems really fast to make
Like,
that call for them.
It was an automatic.
Yeah,
for
like
them.
it was like locker room clean out. He comes down there and he says, I just had a great conversation with Berube and Tree Living. I'm encouraged. I think I'm going to be back next year.
Yeah. Well, I do want to get some football, but while we're on this, because I am very interested in what happens to them and these players and them losing again, the Leafs. Tavares also sees a decline in the playoffs.
Yes.
You know, like Marner and Matthews, less so Nylander because he's kind of figured it out. But Matthews and Marner get a lot of heat for you're not as good in the postseason as you are in the regular season. But the savvy veteran that's been a star for a long time, he played his first playoff games 13 years ago.
Yeah.
For the
He's
Islanders.
been to a final, right? Like all that stuff is.
Oh, he hasn't been to a
Or
final.
not final,
Islanders.
conference final. And
he doesn't produce. He's got, his 82 game average in the postseason is 58 points.
yeah, you need more out of this conversation with all of those guys is essentially the same. Aside from, like you said, Nylander's kind of gotten there.
He's done a lot better, but Tavares becomes Casey Middlestat in the playoffs.
Right, he turns into like kind of an okay guy that can't really skate. Like,
right,
you just you notice him being bad in the playoffs more. I think because of the speed of the playoffs.
I read, and this can be, there's a connection point here to the Sabres and like what they should do, how they should act. I read a great piece from Travis Yost over the weekend about the Leafs faltering in the playoffs again. And a critical reason for that doesn't often get mentioned. Because when you think of the Leafs over 10 years failing in the playoffs, what do you think of? You think of, wow, they're soft, right?
Yeah.
They're small, and they're soft, and they're skilled. And for many of those years, I don't think this year this is true of, but for many of those years, they're not that good defensively. They're not that good in net. These things you need to win in the playoffs. And what Travis broke down is don't just stare at all the other stuff. Look at what they become offensively, and even more specifically, what they become on the power play.
Yeah, it's incredible.
No team sees a bigger decline from, this is over that decade, no team in the league sees a bigger decline from regular season to postseason on the power play than the Toronto Maple Leafs do.
Yeah.
It goes into a shell of itself.
It's such an interesting team because it's so consistent. There's such a huge sample size. How rare is it to see this many years of the same group like that go do the same thing? Like, there are often teams in sports where you go, this is the story about this team, but really it probably only happened a couple times, right? The Leafs, it's been 8 years of them doing the same thing in the playoffs. So it's not they got unlucky this time. Like, you can't explain any of it away now. It's too many repeat offenses. So it is some systematic shortcoming or some roster construction issue. And I think a lot of it stems from they wanted to change the game fundamentally from big, heavy, hard, everything's kind of slow, lumbering in the playoffs. They were like, no, we're gonna go and we're gonna be small and fast and we're gonna score more than everybody. And it works great when you're playing 30% of your games against teams like, Buffalo or Anaheim or teams that can't compete on that level in terms of skill and offensive output. But once you run into some teams that know how to combat that and know how to play that heavy lumbering style that they tried to get away from that stops the Maple Leafs high-octane sort of vibe, that's where they run into problems, and that's why it's been so consistent, is they stuck with that philosophy. And this year felt like the first year they really tried to get away from that while still not entirely moving off of it with the core four, with Marner, with Matthews, with those guys.
That's where there is some overlap here because it's not just defense and hitting and scrums after whistles. I feel like what the Panthers are kind of proving right now to an extent is that heavy style that they play. Sure, there's a mental warfare where you're the Hurricanes and you know every whistle you're just going to get bullied. You know, like they're going to lean on you and they are going to get into it with you after every whistle, and it's just going to exhaust you, this team. Because the Panthers just go line after line after line where they're so good on the ice, and then they want to beat the snot out of you after too, and they will. But another thing that makes the Panthers so good and valuable, like the Matthew Tkachuk trade gets so much credit for turning that organization around into what they've been, where they're going to go to their third straight finals in a row. Yep. But don't forget they also traded for Sam Reinhart that offseason.
Yeah.
And Sam Reinhart, say what you will about him as a Sabre. He was a very good Buffalo Sabre. He has become one of the premier power play players in the league since he got to Florida. And that's really where I'm thinking about the Panthers recently and the Leafs. And to make a connection to the Sabres on this was part of Travis's thesis in his article, is that there is a stronger, he's not alone in this, there are others, that maybe more than ever, there's a strong connection between how good is your power play and how much do you win.
Yep.
Because the Panthers, they're not winning 2-1 in all these games. Some of them
smoking teams.
They have scored 5 or more goals 8 times in these playoffs.
Right.
Like a lot of their physicality and they're so big and they have all these power forwards. It allows them to produce offensively in the playoffs as much as it shuts teams down.
It creates space for you,
right,
for those players to do what they do.
And
for Sam Reinhart,
and their power play is awesome.
Exactly,
and it always has been.
Make you pay when you take a retaliatory penalty against Matthew Tkachuk because he's making your head fly off your shoulders.
Yep.
You go slash them, and then they're on the power play, and then they score, and then Tkachuk's laughing at you from the bench. And I think that contributes mentally to the way that they dominate teams. Is you go, not only are we getting hammered by these guys, every play on the wall, we're getting drilled, the forecheck, we can't get the puck out of our own zone. Even when we try and match their intensity and physicality level, A, we can't do it. B, when we do and we try and send a message with a penalty, now you send out Sasha Barkov and Sam Reinhart to eat you alive. And that can be a daunting task for a team to look at and go, this is what we've got to do. There's a tight window for how we can beat this team, and one misstep, they'll make you pay in wherever you take one because they can do it anywhere. They don't let you score. They're going to keep you from getting anywhere near their net.
Yep.
You take a penalty, they'll make you pay. You want to play a 1-1 game, they'll do that. They can do anything. That team is incredible because of that.
I hate to be a victim of recency bias, but I do feel like they're the most complete team I've ever seen. I don't want to say they're the best team I've ever seen, but where they have 3 lines deep that can score. I mean, that third line with Lundell and Marchand, and then the blue line, Nico Mikkola him and Forsling might be their best 2 defensemen, and they're their 4th and 5th most famous defensemen.
Exactly.
And then Bobrovsky in goal. They have the star goalie.
And he's playing the best of his career maybe right now.
They really aren't missing anything. And that's not, when the Penguins win their cups, that's a great team, but no one would say they're 6 deep on the blue line.
Right.
No one would say they're this
Letang
physical.
was doing it all.
Yeah, he was playing 30 minutes a night in some of those games.
Same with Tampa when they went on their runs. They had good D. Sergachev was awesome. Hedman was great. They didn't have.
Yeah,
I don't know that they had Mikkola.
They might be the closest.
They were definitely, to me, in my mind, as close as it gets.
Right.
Nobody's been that dominant to where Florida is just steamrolling teams.
And complete doesn't mean best, although it might be.
You could argue it
if they win the cup this year. And they've made it 3 years in a row. I mean, you have the makings of one of the all-time teams. Now, I want to connect all this, though, to the Sabres a bit, because especially on Travis's thought about power play and the connection point between how much you win, not just because in the playoffs, you almost could make the argument it's more important in the playoffs because you get so few opportunities. Because penalties aren't called all the time. When you get them, you got to score on them.
Yeah, special teams in the playoffs becomes
Right.
paramount.
It becomes more important. In the regular season, I mean, his idea and others that power play might mean more to winning than you think. The Sabres are a great example of that. I mean, looking back on their last couple of years, 24th in the league in power play this year, or this past season, 29th the year before, 9th the year before that. Doesn't that kind of sound about how those seasons went?
Right. It's all connected.
And for 2 years now, they haven't been able to figure it out. So I don't think they're getting Mitch Marner. But when I think about ways that they could break the drought without spending to the cap, because I don't really expect them to do that, without getting Mitch Marner, because I don't really expect them to do that, without going out and getting a star goaltender, because I think they could use that, I don't expect them to do it. All these things that I think could help you get there, I don't expect. But one area, if you're just looking for, all right, if they can do it without, with these shortcomings that we think they have, how could it happen? It's that. They have a year, maybe even the personnel isn't totally different, but somehow they find their way to a top 10, even top 5 power play. But I think you're going to need one of two things to happen for that. You're going to have to go make a savvy investment somewhere in a player that's going to make that pop, or somebody on your team's going to have to get 10 times better at it. Peterka, for years now, has been a great 5-on-5 player, and then it just hasn't.
It goes away.
It hasn't converted on the power play.
He gets too much time, and he I think he just gets a little excited about making a fancier play, and it hasn't worked for him.
So maybe he's the guy that has a giant step to take on that unit. But
how big of a role does coaching have to play in this? Like I
probably a lot.
I think it's pretty significant. The way that teams operate on the power play is always evolving in the NHL, at the NHL level. It's always evolving at the level that I coach at. So I know there's always things you can be doing to try and manufacture opportunities for your players that doesn't solely rely on them making a play. Mm-hmm. You can draw up a strategic plan of action to draw a player here, kick a puck up. Like, there are ways to manufacture looks in the NHL. It is done every game. You watch good power plays do it. Face-off plays are a huge part of the game that people don't entirely realize. And I think that there's a little bit of that missing from the Sabres, and that can really play a role in that too. I think you've got to know your strength, and you've got the talent to have a top-tier power play in the league. You have the defenseman to run it. You got 2 defensemen to run it if you want. You got 3. You should be cruising on that unit, and you haven't been.
That's one other thing. You mentioned the 3 defensemen. There's one other thing I want to touch on real quick before we come up on a break and get to Stephen Ellis. We'll talk some more hockey with him, then get back to football. Byram is a player that I believe is talented enough to play on a power play. But here, there just isn't really a need for it.
You just don't, you don't have the room.
So when I'm on vacation and I see, the least surprising headline I saw while I was away was Friedman saying the Sabres are gauging interest on the trade market for Bo Byram. Just everything is pointed to that. That, either he doesn't want to be here, or even more so, it's been more about his role, I think.
That's the story.
He's coming up on a big contract, and in hockey, you're a defenseman. You want to make $8-9 million a year. You got to have the points to match it. And Bo Byram, he was 15th in the NHL among defensemen in 5-on-5 points. So he did it in the minutes he played, but why does he end the season with 38 points instead of 58 points? Because he doesn't play on the power play.
Right.
So for me, I almost want to say I would be stunned if he played another game in a Buffalo Sabre uniform.
I agree with that. I think it makes too much sense for them to try and get an asset in an area that they actually have a need. Whereas this is a position of, I wouldn't even say strength. It's an overflow of what you have in that archetype of defenseman. Puck mover, power play, not necessarily. Dahlin is more of a unique player, but Power, I think, is similar in that they're not going to do a lot for you on your back end, but they will bring some points for your team. You'll get a couple goals out of those guys. And I think it's redundant to have Power, Dahlin, and Byram on this team when you could probably get a pretty decent asset for a defenseman like Byram from a team that really needs that guy. Like Edmonton always pops into my head for him.
Edmonton's a good one. I saw the Rangers were a team. Maybe Boston is another one. I don't care about trading him in the division, but the Bruins could use a guy like that. I do see value in him. Like I think he's a good player.
I do too. I just don't think that
he might be a little reliant though on your best defenseman. Right. And there's even value in that. Like if you told me, well, this guy when he plays with Dahlin, you're going to get awesome results. I would say, well, I probably would get that with a few people, maybe a lot. But I don't want to just throw out the stat that I saw this weekend that the two defense pairings in the National Hockey League that were tied for the best goal differential in the league at plus 20 were Cale Makar and Devin Tays and Dahlin and Byram. Tied for the best goal differential of any defense pair in the league. I would see value in him playing with Dahlin.
There is, absolutely something to be said for that
ability. What would you rather have right now? What's more important? What's more critical to place your value in? Dahlin's partner or Power's partner? Because I have more evidence that Dahlin can play with almost anybody.
Right.
And Power,
it's gotta be Power.
You'd like to see Power play with a great partner.
100%.
So I'm not saying you could just flip one for one, but you trade Byram for some stuff over here, and then you flip something else to get a different type of guy over there. I don't think he's a bad player. I think there's value in having him, but I just think the writing's on the wall that it just kind of makes sense for everybody that a trade happened this offseason.
Right. It's the same reason he left Colorado. He was behind Makar, couldn't play on the power play. Let me get somewhere where I might have a chance to. And now he's in Buffalo, and he's got the same situation.
Two guys even.
Right. So why wouldn't he want to try and find his spot, find his home?
803-0550 is the phone number. A little more hockey when we come back. We're going to have Steven Ellis on from Daily Faceoff. He was super glued to the World Championships. I want to get to him with him on how Tage really played and almost seemingly played like it was the NHL playoffs. So, one, what that does for his Olympic candidacy, but just thinking about Tage and, big games, that being a real taste of big games for him and how he performed. So, we'll get to that with Steven Ellis when we come back here on WGR.
Congratulations to the Bandits. I mean, what an amazing run and dynasty they've built here. It is really awesome to see, a three-peat here in Buffalo, a championship. And this is a sport that's grown so much, and it has for the last several years. We were at the championship game last year, weren't able to go this year because of the baseball tournament, but really dialed in, listening actually on the way home, listening to the call on WGR Sports Radio 550 and John Gertler. And at halftime, Gertler's like, I really like the way Saskatchewan is playing right now, and I don't really love the way Buffalo's playing, and they're going to have to really kind of flip the switch here in the second half, and boy, did they, Joe, and it was amazing. Got home, and just by the time I got home, there was kind of no doubt that they were winning it, and that's a really cool feeling when you know you could just celebrate almost an entire quarter, essentially, of knowing you're going to win the championship.
Yeah, they go on that run in the third quarter. I had we were waiting to go out to dinner, so I had some time to put the game on my laptop, and I got there right at the end of the second quarter, and then the third quarter. Right, it's only a one-goal game with 9 minutes to go in the third, and I don't think Saskatchewan scored again. Right, it was 7-6, I think, at one point in time, and the final was
7-6 at halftime, I believe.
Even at halftime, okay. So
I think that's what it was.
Right, so they go on that run, and it wasn't dramatic into the fourth quarter. So packed house, you get the celebration. Listen, no one wants to see them lose in game 2 when they're in Saskatchewan, but I'm watching that game, I'm like, I'm not really going to be super mad if they lose this game, because the opportunity to have that night, right, if you're a Bandits fan and you want to be there when they win it. So to have that line up for you in a perfect way, I think was pretty cool, because they've won on home court at least 2 of the last 3, if not all 3. So I was reading at NFL.com a story of every team's most underappreciated player. And I'm like, all right, let me see. Well, let me see what they got for the Bills here. If you were to guess, Sal, assuming you haven't seen this.
I have not seen this.
If you were to guess, who would you guess that NFL.com has listed for the Bills as their most underappreciated player?
Okay, underappreciated. All right, so I'm going to play the game here, what's the saying? Play the player, not the game. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Play
like,
the
what does
player.
NFL.com say? Because I think if you are in Buffalo, if we do this, if we put the poll up, right, from Bills fans, I think you're getting Terrell Bernard, Khalil Shakir, one of those guys. Maybe Christian Benford.
Yeah.
I think those are probably your top 3 guys off the top of my head, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
right?
No, definitely. I would tell you that, in fact, I'll even tell you who my answer would be that I would put in that group would be Spencer Brown.
Yes.
Because
I was just going to say him too.
I think last year he might have taken, not even might have, I think there's a lot of good evidence of this, that he took a step as one of the league's best right tackles now. And that especially that playoff game against Denver, I think he was literally perfect. Like, he didn't have a single failed protection the whole game. I would say Spencer Brown would be my answer.
His game has really grown, and he's such a big guy. He's so athletic for his size. So
yeah,
I'm going to guess that they did not choose one of those 4 then.
None of them. They didn't choose any of them.
Okay. So who would they say most underappreciated? Don't tell me it's Ed Oliver.
It's not Ed Oliver.
Okay.
I would say, do you want me to give you a couple of the other teams to kind of give you an idea of
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
level?
Let's go.
So, like, Baltimore, they put Rashad Bateman. Cincinnati is tight end Mike Gesicki. You go down to Kansas City is tight end Noah Gray. So sometimes you get a full-time starter. Sometimes you're getting more of a, like Pittsburgh, it's Jalen Warren, who's the part-time running back.
Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna stop you right there.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say Ty Johnson.
That's a very good guess. It's not Ty Johnson.
Okay.
I feel like Ty Johnson would have been a great answer too, though, to this question. It is someone that would not be a listed starter going into the season.
The Bandits are champions once again. Buffalo Bandits complete their three-peat on Saturday, beating the Saskatchewan Rush 15-6. The Bandits now have 7 titles in their NLL history. The Buffalo Bills enter the next phase of the offseason today as OTAs start up down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will have coverage later today as players begin to arrive. The Carolina Hurricanes finally broke their Eastern Conference Finals losing streak last night, shutting out the Florida Panthers 3-0. Florida still holds a 3-1 series lead after their win on Saturday. This series heads back to Carolina tomorrow for Game 5. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers look to stay hot against the Dallas Stars in Game 4. That puck drop is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA last night, the Thunder take out the Timberwolves, hanging on by a thread, 128-126 at the end of that game. The Thunder now lead that series 3-1 with Game 5 in OKC tomorrow. The Pacers and Knicks tip off for Game 4 tonight in Indiana at 8:30. Pacers currently hold a 2-1 series lead over the Knicks. And Sabres forward Tage Thompson helps Team USA by scoring the golden goal, getting them the gold medal at the Men's World Hockey Championships. This is the first time USA has won that medal since 1933. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Thompson back, picked off by Shea. Out for Cooley, ahead to Thompson. Tage Thompson with Logan Cooley. Thompson in, shoots, scores! Tage Thompson, golden goal! And the United States has won the World Hockey Championship for the first time in 92 years.
Tage Thompson. You know, Josh is rightfully, I would say, playing the Moonlight Freebird remix. Did you hear there with the Screaming Eagle? Have we gone too far? No? Is it not becoming overplayed already again?
No. I could listen to this on repeat for days.
It's very in tune now with USA Hockey. It was the year of USA Hockey doing really well, and this was the song that went along with all of it. Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff on the Western Hotline. Are you getting sick of the Freebird remix, Stephen? Or are you still loving it?
You know, I don't think I ever really analyzed the solo up until it was brought up to me around the World Juniors, and it's like one song, like one note the entire time, just like bending in, and like, yeah, it's kind of isn't very interesting. But hey, you know, USA Hockey loves it.
Yeah. How about we'll get to Thompson here. It's the reason I wanted to get you on. But the year that USA Hockey had, they win the World Juniors. They did pretty well. I mean, they looked on par at a lot of that series with Canada at the Four Nations. They win the World Championships. Feels like they had a pretty big calendar year, or just say 12 months heading into next year's Olympics.
Yeah, like the women's team was very successful. The sled hockey team was very successful, and even at the U18s, they put up a good fight when most people didn't have them even getting a medal. So huge year for this program, and like especially on the senior side. Like I remember 5, 6, 7 years ago, the whole talk about this team in the tournament was like, okay, USA's there because they have to be. Like none of the players seem to care. This is not a big deal for them. Like Rocco Grimaldi would be like the star player for the Americans, or these guys that you would not guys play in the NHL. So for them you could tell, yeah, it wasn't maybe the strongest lineup on paper, but there was going to be a lot of this young talent that was going to go out there and bring that speed. They weren't there just for a trip to Sweden and Denmark. Like they were there to win, and it worked out really well. So yeah, this is probably not the strongest team we've ever seen win gold, but it's a team that came together well, had a lot of shooters, and now they're world champions.
Of those shooters, of course. And very cool moment, obviously, when they win the trophy and they bring out Johnny Gaudreau's jersey. Zach Werenski went to get it. So emotional, too. For Thompson, so he scores the golden goal, which is the highlight that's obviously circulating now. For the whole tournament, though, Steven, how did you feel like he played, and did he feel like he was one of the U.S.'s best players from beginning to end?
Yeah, he went out and had 9 points, 3 goals against Norway. Was actually a really big deal given that the Americans essentially collapsed against Norway. So, again, if you told me the Americans were going to win gold after that game, I would have been totally shocked. But what Thompson was doing every game was playing a consistent two-way game. And physically, it looked like no one was able to contain him out there. Like, it's one thing to go up there and battle against guys in the Eastern Conference and go up against, like, the Kachuk brothers and stuff like that. But at this tournament, he was out there playing against guys, Kazakhstan and Germany, Norway, not the toughest competition in the world, and was physically dominant against them. And that type of high-end momentum really kind of carried on as the tournament wore on, where he was one of the better players most nights. So, yeah, he had 6 goals. He was very good in that department. He did a good job around the net. He was good on the power play, and he did a good job of knocking guys off. So, I liked his two-way game. I thought he was very effective there, and so it was only fitting that he got the game-winning goal.
How big is that for the physicality that he maybe had in the two-way game for him making the Olympic roster next year? Because with all the offensive firepower the U.S. has, I mean, if he's going to be, a third-line option for that team when they go overseas to the Olympics, how much do you think he did for himself in that regard during this tournament?
Well, I think he showed how effective he could be on big ice, and I think that's really going to help there when they go to Italy. And the good thing about the Olympic tournament is they do bring bigger rosters. It's only 2 extra players and basically 1 forward, 1 defenseman, but I think you can look at the Four Nations team and say, okay, would he have been the guy they called on to be that extra player if they needed that? So I'd say potentially. But he really showed the USA Hockey, like, okay, this is look at what I could do here on the bigger ice. I could skate, I could hit, I could block shots, I could do everything there. When you look at the fact that guys like Vincent Trocheck, Chris Kreider, Brock Nelson, they might be on the outside looking in here, I think Tage has really made sure, like, okay, at the very least, put me on as the fourth line winger. I could do that.
Stephen Ellis with us from the Daily Faceoff on the West Her Hotline. When you think of that U.S. roster a year from now, is that those couple of changes the biggest you would expect? Obviously, there's a lot of hockey to play between now and then, but how different that team could look from what we saw at the Four Nations tournament?
Well, I wonder if Cole Caulfield's going to make it there, too, because that's the guy that, when that roster was named, he was the highest goal-scoring American at the time, so to leave him off was a bit surprising there, but I think that's a guy who's played a lot of momentum down the stretch this year. I think he should be there. Of those three guys mentioned before, Trocheck, Kreider, and Brock Nelson, I could see them all being left off the roster. Nelson, I like what he brings in the two-way game, but again, I think there's a bit more skill to be had here. With USA, they are playing in a bit of a weaker group, so that is going to, I think, give him a bit of an advantage there. He should put up a fight with guys like Paterka and Reichel and Stützle. Denmark, they're riding high with that fourth place finish. And the thing about this tournament is, you look at the Americans, they hadn't won since 1933, but when it comes to the European teams, those are the teams that play together all year long, and that's why they put up such a good fight. That's why Switzerland, the team with only a handful of NHLers, nearly won the whole thing. It's because these guys know how to play together so well. You look at Latvia, that's a tough team. So the Americans are the clear favorites in terms of pure skill in Group C, but they've got a couple teams there that know how to shut you down. So you're going to want to have all the offensive firepower, and I think that's going to be something where they're not going to try and match Canada. That's what their roster felt like. They were going out there to try and match Canada at the Four Nations. When it comes to the Olympics, I think they're going to go for a pure, flat-out skill.
All right, I like it. Stephen Ellis from Daily Faceoff at S. Ellis Hockey on Twitter and Blue Sky, and he's got a piece up about the 5 players that did the best for their Olympic stock, and Thompson's one of the 5, so be sure to check it out. Thanks, Stephen, for the time, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Stephen Ellis on the West Her Hotline. Tage Thompson scoring the golden goal, and now he heads to a summer where I don't really have many questions about him next year other than what position he'll play. There is that, right? He's a winger. I think he's a winger now that can play center when he's needed to and will do fine if he has to. But I would imagine he's a winger to start next year, assuming Josh Norris is healthy. 803-0550 is the phone number. Are we all in agreement that Panthers-Oilers is the series that we want in the finals? That's what I want. I don't need Dallas. Dallas just does not interest me at all. A rematch of... It would be a rematch to me of the best player in the world against the best team. Give me McDavid against the Panthers. Again, knowing Draisaitl actually had a better season. But Oilers and Panthers is easily the series that I would like to see.
Both series would be a revenge tour for Edmonton fans. If Carolina somehow pulls this off, it's revenge for 2006, and then if, obviously Florida last year.
Right. Give me the revenge from last year. I don't need Carolina in the finals. I could kind of wanted that streak to keep going of them losing in the conference finals. Some sort of curse for beating the Sabres in 2006.
Yesterday when they scored that first goal, it was their first lead in a conference finals game since 2023. They hadn't even led in a game.
In a conference final?
In the conference final since 2023.
Had they not been, though, in the conference finals since 2023? So basically they just hadn't led in this series.
No, because I think... no, they weren't there last year. You're right.
Yeah, so just this series they hadn't led.
Okay. That makes that stat a little less hard-hitting. I thought they were there last year.
I thought you were going to give me 2013 or something crazy. 2023. I mean, that did just happen. That did just happen a couple years ago. Right. Still crazy they hadn't led in this series, even for a second. They just hadn't scored first, I guess. Florida, they'll just bludgeon you. That team is... Also, with the cap going up, they might be able to hold it together. That's the other scary thing. Not as much for the Sabres. I mean, they're not really competing directly with the Panthers. Although, how crazy is it that since April of 2023, that is just over 2 years ago, these two teams, our team here in Buffalo and that team in Florida, were separated by one measly point. If Hudson Fasching doesn't kick a puck into the back of the net, the Sabres have a better regular season. And since then, this team here has not even come close to making the playoffs. And that team has had as good of a 3-year stretch as you could possibly have, making the finals twice, about to probably do it for a third time, and won a Stanley Cup. And look like there's no slowing them down. The cap going up $10, $15 million. A lot of times you might think, well, they got Seth Jones and they've got guys to pay. They got to pay Sam Bennett, right? Marchand's a free agent. I doubt they'll bring him back, but Bobrovsky makes $10 million, and they can't keep it all together. Remember Chicago where they had to get rid of Bufflin and Ladd and all those guys? Oh, the cap going up, Florida just might keep it all. Could. Time out here. When we come back, I'm going to get back to some football. Aaron Rodgers talking this weekend about what's in his future and who he definitely will not play for. Kind of took a shot at an organization and a team that I just don't really think he needed to. Not that Aaron Rodgers creating drama is any sort of big surprise. So we'll get to that, and I want to get to a team that is easily the team I am most curious about that's non-Bills. You can give me your answer on that if you want to. 803-0550. Who's the team in the NFL this year you're most curious about that's not the Bills? Because there's one team for me that stands well above the rest. All that coming up. 803-0550, the phone number. Jeremy's off this week. Jody Biasi here on WGR. The connection point between how much you win, not just because in the playoffs, you almost could make the argument it's more important in the playoffs because you get so few opportunities. Because penalties aren't called all the time. When you get them, you got to score on them.
Yeah, special teams in the playoffs becomes
paramount. Right. It becomes more important. In the regular season, I mean, his idea and others that power play might mean more to winning than you think. The Sabres are a great example of that. I mean, looking back on their last couple of years, 24th in the league in power play this year, or this past season, 29th the year before, 9th the year before that. Doesn't that kind of sound about how those seasons went?
Right. It's all connected.
And for 2 years now, they haven't been able to figure it out. So I don't think they're getting Mitch Marner. But when I think about ways that they could break the drought without spending to the cap, because I don't really expect them to do that, without getting Mitch Marner, because I don't really expect them to do that, without going out and getting a star goaltender, because I think they could use that, I don't expect them to do it. All these things that I think could help you get there, I don't expect. But one area, if you're just looking for, all right, if they can do it without, with these shortcomings that we think they have, how could it happen? It's that. They have a year, maybe even the personnel isn't totally different, but somehow they find their way to a top 10, even top 5 power play. But I think you're going to need one of two things to happen for that. You're going to have to go make a savvy investment somewhere in a player that's going to make that pop, or somebody on your team's going to have to get 10 times better at it. Peterka, for years now, has been a great 5-on-5 player, and then it just hasn't.
It goes away.
It hasn't converted on the power play.
He gets too much time, and he I think he just gets a little excited about making a fancier play, and it hasn't worked for him.
So maybe he's the guy that has a giant step to take on that unit. But
how big of a role does coaching have to play in this? Like I
probably a lot.
I think it's pretty significant.
How big is that for the physicality that he maybe had in the two-way game for him making the Olympic roster next year? Because with all the offensive firepower the U.S. has, I mean, if he's going to be, a third-line option for that team when they go overseas to the Olympics, how much do you think he did for himself in that regard during this tournament?
Well, I think he showed how effective he could be on big ice, and I think that's really going to help there when they go to Italy. And the good thing about the Olympic tournament is they do bring bigger rosters. It's only 2 extra players and basically 1 forward, 1 defenseman, but I think you can look at the Four Nations team and say, okay, would he have been the guy they called on to be that extra player if they needed that? So I'd say potentially. But he really showed the USA Hockey, okay, this is look at what I could do here on the bigger ice. I could skate, I could hit, I could block shots, I could do everything there. When you look at the fact that guys like Vincent Trocheck, Chris Kreider, Brock Nelson, they might be on the outside looking in here, I think Tage has really made sure, okay, at the very least, put me on as the fourth line winger. I could do that.
Consider playing for the Saints and making us great again?
No. No, I've played there a couple times, but no. The answer is no. I'm too old. I don't want to live in Louisiana. Sorry.
What do you have to take a shot at New Orleans for? He could have put it a lot nicer than that. Or he could have just said because the team's terrible. They're not in a place for a veteran quarterback. So Aaron Rodgers, what do we think this was? It was like him he was just on a stage.
I was watching it, and it's like there's fans in front of him with a gate and someone walking around with a microphone, and then he's sitting up on stage. There's a Nerf gun sitting next to him for some reason, and then someone else to his left as a host. I don't know. It was a weird meet and greet panel thing.
It was an event hosted by rapper Mike Stud, is what I'm reading here. He also said, he weirdly got asked, also, he was answering fan questions, would he play for the Chicago Bears, ever consider it? And, I mean, they have Caleb Williams, so not do that anyway. But Rodgers said no. But he also said there's a team that might play in Chicago this year, which the Steelers play in Chicago this year. So there's no reason. I hope, let's make a rule here. This is the last time we're going to talk about Rodgers for a certain amount of time, months, or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there. And he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So last year, when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team, he can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games. 6 or 7 games. That's what I would go with. 803-0550 is the phone number. Who's the most underappreciated Bill? We had that a little bit earlier if you want to get in on that. I'm more curious, though, right now. What's the team you're most curious about for this season that's not the Bills? I'll tell you my answer when we come back, and I'll read a few that we've had on Twitter. That's when we come back. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. Stay tuned. This is WGR. But the way Beans talked about it, the way James Cook has not really been fanning the flames on social media as much as he was earlier in the spring, are you no one's really expecting this to get ugly, I don't feel like right now.
I think expect is a really interesting word. I don't expect it to get ugly. I don't think anyone's really, but I think people are kind of bracing in case it does, right? Like, okay, what is going to happen? It's more like, okay, we haven't seen this get ugly in the Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott era of Buffalo Bills football. They've talked very glowingly about James Cook, obviously, but it's almost like you're sitting there waiting for it to happen just in case. So
Sure.
I guess I'd say, Joe, I don't think anybody's expecting it to get ugly, but I don't think anybody's not expecting it or expecting it just to go smoothly, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that also, is anybody just sitting here going, oh, yeah, everything's going to work out, he's just going to show up and everything's going to be fine? I don't know if people are expecting that either.
I guess part of it is my benefit of the doubt to the team because they've avoided any sort of mess with contracts and players really the whole time that McDermott and Beane have been running the show. But this is unique, and we've talked about this, that this is the first time I would say that a running back has really made a great case for another contract on this football team. And the way that they are talking about it, at least the way Beane has sounded about it, is that no, they're good. They're maybe even prefer not doing a contract this year, and that if he wants a payday like he's tweeted about, that you got to do it again. And I guess that's right. That's where it's on James Cook. What's his attitude on that? Is he fine with, all right, I'll prove it again? Or is he going to, this is what you're talking about us bracing for. Is he going to do something that a Bill hasn't done in over a decade, which is, I'm not doing it unless you pay me. I'm worth it, and you got to pay me. Last time we're going to talk about Rodgers for like a certain amount of time, months, or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there. And he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So like last year when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team, he can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games.
The Buffalo Bandits are champions once again, completing the three-peat over the weekend, beating the Saskatchewan Rush 16-5. Or 15-6, excuse me. The Bandits now have 7 titles in their history in the NLL. They're the second team in the league to complete a three-peat. The Buffalo Bills enter the next phase of the offseason today as OTAs start up down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will have all the coverage later today as players arrive. The Carolina Hurricanes finally break their Eastern Conference Finals losing streak. They lost 15 games in a row up to last night. Now they shut out the Florida Panthers 3-0 and get one game back, staving off elimination. Florida still holds a 3-1 series lead, and the series heads back to Carolina tomorrow for Game 5. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers look to stay hot against the Dallas Stars in Game 4. Edmonton has a 2-1 series lead after winning Friday and Sunday. Puck drop tonight is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA, the Thunder hang on last night, 128-126, winning over the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Thunder now lead that series 3-1 with Game 5 in OKC tomorrow. And the Pacers and Knicks tip off for Game 4 tonight in Indiana at 8:30. Pacers currently hold a 2-1 series lead over the Knicks after taking Games 2 and 3 over the weekend. The Rochester Americans' playoff run came to an end on Sunday. They fall to the Laval Rocket 5-0. Goaltender Devin Levi finishes the playoffs with a 5-3 record, 2 shutouts, a .910 save percentage, and 2.5 goals against per game. Also in hockey, Sabres forward Tage Thompson scored the golden goal for the USA men's hockey team in overtime on Sunday, helping them secure a gold at the IIHF Men's World Hockey Tournament. This is the first time the U.S. has won gold in that tournament since 1933. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
One of the hardest things is when you let people go, and Kevin O'Connell, the great head coach of the Minnesota Vikings at that point, was a backup quarterback, and I remember he comes into the office, again, it's going to be awkward, and barely sits down, and as like he's descending into the seat, I'm like, Kevin, we got to let you go. And everyone's like, geez, Mike, if you're going to fire somebody, can you at least let them sit down before you do it? And it was awkward, and every time I watched it, it was even more cringeworthy.
Mike Tannenbaum on ESPN. I don't like him. Tannenbaum. What did he do? Why is he on ESPN? He ran the Jets and the Dolphins. Because that went great. Really, that's his resume, right? He ran the Dolphins and the Jets. Did he ever make the playoffs? He's probably the GM when the Jets make the AFC Championship, I'm assuming. Yeah, 2006, 2012. So that would line up. He's just got some of the worst. This isn't a take, although it's pretty rough. Guy hasn't sat down in his chair and you cut him. He's got some of the worst trade ideas ever. Didn't he have? Someone should have traded 4 first-round picks for. Oh, it was a pass rusher, wasn't it? Was it Myles Garrett? Was it a Myles Garrett one? 4 first-round picks and other stuff?
I think he was talking about the Steelers, wasn't he?
Maybe it was TJ Watt. Either way, Kevin O'Connell, by the way, the subject of that clip, Vikings head coach, he's probably one of my favorite 3 coaches in the league right now. He just gets it. Great play caller, great quarterback developer. He's done a good job without having an elite guy, Cousins and then Sam Darnold. So we'll see what he can do with J.J. McCarthy. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. I want to get to a team I'm most curious about in the NFL this year that isn't the Bills. Bills OTAs open up today. So Sal's on his way down there, be at the stadium, have some media availability a little bit later on. Sean McDermott will carry that live on the Extra Point Show a little bit later on today. So stay tuned for that. We will see if James Cook is there. And we'll see if Josh Allen is there, because his wedding is supposedly this weekend. Go ahead.
On his Instagram story, he is currently doing the 117 holes of golf. There's a video of him teeing off.
Okay.
At least that's what I saw on his Instagram story.
I wonder if that's somewhere else, because I thought he was not supposed to be participating in that.
Maybe it's a video
Sal
from
is emceeing that
another year, but
I believe we'll see. I don't know if Josh will be there or not. Maybe. Either way, we'll see if Allen is there at OTAs, and we'll see if James Cook is there. Allen wouldn't be for, it would just be, well, is he there for the wedding or not? James Cook. Is he going to just end any notion that there's a contract dispute or a holdout or a hold-in coming by being there today? He doesn't have to be there today. It's voluntary. It's not mandatory. So I don't think it would be a massive story if he's not there, but it would be enough of a story to keep it on your radar. Keep thinking about it. Keep wondering about what will happen at minicamp, what will happen at training camp if he's not there today. So that's all ahead. When you get to the team I'm most curious about, if you also want to get to our earlier conversation about who the most underappreciated Bill is, NFL.com had Dorian Williams for that. I've got some good Twitter answers on that. One person put, a buddy of mine actually put Sean McDermott, which has had some reaction on social media. Rob in Connecticut's got a thought on both, though. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Joe. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoyed vacation. Thanks. You, Josh, for taking my call. I definitely, Sean McDermott was definitely on my radar as far as unappreciated. But if you want to go player, I would say DeMar Hamlin. He really put in a lot of work to get back to where he is. So I don't, everybody always had something to gripe about him, but he always seemed to come up big when we needed him. So I feel he was unappreciated. As far as, I'm curious about in the NFC, I'm looking at the New York Giants and who they picked up and see how they can bounce back this year. And as far as the AFC, I'm looking at Jacksonville. I want to see if Trevor Lawrence can bounce back, especially with a couple of pickups that Jacksonville did, and see what Duval does. So we'll see what happens this year, all right? Keep doing what you're doing, Joe. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. I'm glad you mentioned or said the Jaguars, because that is my answer also. And it is not just because they drafted Travis Hunter, and we're all going to look to see how does he do, where does he play, how much does he play. That's an interesting storyline too. But it's Jacksonville because I like the coach. They play in a weak division. And the quarterback, I think, is the most interesting for figuring out how good he is this year. It is time to figure out what is Trevor Lawrence. And you could expand that, because right now in the AFC, you have a clear tier break. You've got your elite MVP quarterbacks at the top. You've got Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, and Burrow. Those four are all cemented. Those are awesome quarterbacks, franchise quarterbacks. They can put up 5,000 yards if they need to. They're going to get to the playoffs unless everything goes wrong like it did in Cincinnati last year, and they still barely missed. The top guys in the conference, okay? Then you've got, I think, unless I'm missing one, you've got three pretty talented quarterbacks that just haven't quite put it together yet behind that. And a feeling that all three are capable of putting it together and jumping up with those top four guys, but they haven't done it. And one of them, it's almost a little unfair because it's only been 2 years, and that would be C.J. Stroud. I think Stroud is seen as, well, this guy is talented. I mean, that rookie year was historically good. Big step back last year, but his offensive line was terrible, and all these reasons why he actually didn't have that much help. But Stroud is capable. And it's only year 2, so I don't know how many people would be ragging on him right now. Probably not that many. But nobody would also put him in that top 4 and make it a top 5. Not yet. The other two, where I would put them with Stroud in that category of people think they're capable, but it hasn't happened, are Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence. And for Lawrence, there was so much. I mean, you go to his Pro Football Reference page, and some of these nicknames are silly and you've never heard them actually referred to, right? Like Josh Allen's the Winter Soldier on Pro Football Reference. It's not a commonly used nickname. Not to say no one's ever used it, but it's not common. Trevor Lawrence is the prince who was promised. He was hyped as an elite quarterback prospect, can't miss, best in 10 years since Andrew Luck, and he's not been bad, but he has not at all inserted himself in the conversation with Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, and Burrow. Not even close. He's made the playoffs. He's even won a playoff game, but not even close. And now it's time to do it. He is 25, will be 26 during this season. So the age isn't the reason. But it's going into year 5. And now your team's doing everything it needs to. They've brought in a really good offensive coach who got great results out of Baker Mayfield. They added a premier receiver prospect to go with an already premier receiver in Brian Thomas Jr. Like, they're giving you what you need to take those steps, and now he's got to do it. And I'm very curious to see if Lawrence has that in him. They paid him like he has that in him. He seems to have the arm to do it. He's pretty athletic. He's got pretty good size. He's been relatively healthy until last year where he had some injury problems. So, for me, it's the Jaguars. But really, you could really just put all 3 of those quarterbacks in a bucket. And would you expect any of them jump up with the top 4 guys? Because I would bet one of them does. I don't know which one, but you just take the odds of it. You got 3 really talented quarterbacks, all on organizations that, hit or miss. They don't quite have it together. The Chargers might be more on track for that because you're going to year 2 of Harbaugh. Herbert is obviously the one that I would say gets the most criticism for not making that Big 4 a Big 5. It probably should be a Big 5, but it isn't. Because Herbert, despite having arguably the most talented arm in the league, it's on par with Allen's, or it's at least close to it. I wouldn't put it above Allen's, but it's close. The difference is Josh can throw the ball through the air like nobody in the league. Allen, maybe it's a different throwing motion. He doesn't throw the ball as hard as he used to, which actually might be a good thing. So I don't even know if this might not even be a compliment of Justin Herbert. When you see Herbert throw the ball, though, on a rope, it looks like Aroldis Chapman, 104 miles per hour. Like nobody in the league can throw it harder. Again, though, I'm not sure that's a compliment because, Allen used to throw the ball as hard as possible, and it's harder for his receivers to catch it. So he's got a super talented arm. And he's won games, and he's made the playoffs. He's made the playoffs twice. He lost to Lawrence head-to-head. But it just always seems... It always snowballs on him. The turnovers, in the playoff game, throwing more picks in one game than he had in the entire regular season is unbelievable. And he doesn't have perfect help around him either. They're improving on that. Ladd McConkey was a really good rookie. He's the one, I would say, of the 3 that gets the most criticism. Stroud, it's too early. And Lawrence, I don't know why Lawrence doesn't get more, though. Shouldn't he? Shouldn't Lawrence get a ton of heat for not being as good as one of those the top 4 guys? You were hyped like you were going to be that good. And you're not. Herbert was a first-round pick and a top 10 pick, 6th overall, but the hype with him didn't really start until he started performing in the league. So, I don't know. That to me is a very curious storyline overall. The Jaguars to me are the number 1 team for that, but of those quarterbacks, is this going to remain a Big 4 forever? and it'll just be, you'll have an off year where someone will get hot. Maybe they'll have an elite defense. Maybe they'll have a perfect team and roster. Maybe they'll get a couple breaks that go their way, and, a Houston or a New England or someone else, Miami, they luck their way into an AFC championship game. You play enough years, that's going to happen. Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl, but nobody would put Joe Flacco in the same tier category as Brady, Manning, Roethlisberger. So that'll happen. But is this just going to be these 4 kingpin quarterbacks slugging it out every year for the next decade? Or are one of these other guys going to jump up? Because for this year, I think for 2 of them, this is a huge year for that. To kind of prove, all right, are you just going to be pretty good, definitely not as good as the other 4, though, forever? Or are you going to take a step? Because if it doesn't happen in year 5, in year 6, for especially Herbert and Lawrence, it's going to feel like it's never going to happen. And maybe you out there listening right now, you already have kind of decided, I don't think it's ever going to happen. They're just too inconsistent, too rocky. Now, they're not going to be that good. Not as good as what I'm talking about. So I would say Jacksonville. Couple of Twitter answers on this. Of course, New England is coming in. And that's a very Bills-specific answer because they feel like the only team that could jump up and fight the Bills in the division. I don't think they will win it. I don't think they have a good shot at winning it. The thing on the Patriots, to me, that makes me most curious is just, can they capitalize on their schedule? Because they are going to be... when the Patriots get to November, they're going to be in it. I think the Bills will win the division, and I bet by the end of it, they'll win by multiple games. It's not going to be a sweat down the stretch. But I would bet you that going into November, it's still very much live. A lot of that has to do with New England's schedule. Not just how easy it is, but the order in which it came in. If you're not familiar with what they're headed for at the start of the year, the Patriots open with Raiders, Dolphins, Steelers, Panthers, then the Bills game, and then after the Bills game, Saints, Titans, Browns. 3 of the worst teams in the league. So sandwiched around that Bills game, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games where I would say the expectation is that none of those 7 teams are going to make the playoffs. Right now, if I were doing NFL predictions, Raiders, no. Dolphins, no. Steelers, no. Panthers, no. Saints, no. Titans, no. Browns, no. In their first 8 games, they play one team that I would expect makes the playoffs. That's the Bills. What's New England going to be? Are they going to be 6-2 by the time we hit November? I mean, I could still very well see the Bills having the lead, but if they're 5-3 or 6-2, I think the division is still going to be a fight. But by the end of it, I think the Bills are going to be a couple of games ahead. And that they're not going to need Week 18 to win it or Week 17 to win it even. I think they'll get there. So that's probably the most popular answer that I'm seeing right now on Twitter. I would still go Jacksonville, though, over the Patriots. 803-0550 is the phone number. It is beautiful out today. And if you missed this earlier in the show, I got very spoiled and got very lucky with the weather. Because it sounds like I missed the worst weather week in May that we've ever seen. 50s and raining throughout. While I was sitting down on the beach in 92 and sunny. 92, though, not always super comfortable. When you were in the sun, the sand gets hot. I guess I also learned on this trip that there are different types of sand white sand doesn't get hot or as hot, whereas the normal, I don't even want to call it normal sand, whatever sand I was on, and you want to like go take a dip in the ocean, you've got to run because it's like you're running on coals. So this is something I learned. Josh, did you know this? Some sand gets hotter than other sand. Some sand stays cool, others bakes in the sun, and it's just like molten lava on your feet.
I didn't know that's how that worked, but I remember I went to the beach locally here one time, and it was like really hot out. It was the same thing of like you're walking on it and it hurts.
Ooh, I've never thought about the sand here. And you're not saying because there was like shells and stuff in it. You're saying because of the heat of it.
Oh, I'm not sure, but I didn't know the science of sand until you started talking about it right now.
You're going to Florida next week?
Yes. Yep. Oh, I guess I could test it out. Yeah.
I will be very curious to see what kind of sand you have.
I mean, I'm going to be on the west coast of it, so you were on the east coast.
That's very different from me. I was on the east.
So maybe there was a difference.
Like, it was burning the bottoms of my feet. Was sprinting to get to the ocean because it was so hot. Again, listen to me complaining about 90-degree sun while it was 50 and raining here. So sorry. But, you have your consequences of it being that hot, too. Had a great time. You know what it was for me? It was the first vacation for me where I just did nothing. Never really did that. I'm always a doer. We're going somewhere. I want to do this. I want to see this. I want to go here that day. This was just a week of nothing. Nothing on the schedule. Just, are we going to lay by the pool or go in the pool, or are we going to go to the ocean? Which is right, a 2-second walk. I liked it.
That's where we're at in our like vacation planning right now. Is like we're talking about like places to go, things to do, and like what days we want to do stuff. But then I'm like in my head, I'm like maybe we should like set aside a day to just do nothing.
You should definitely. I would encourage it.
Yeah.
As someone that doesn't often do that when I go on vacation, I would encourage it. It was great.
Well, this is our first time going to this part of Florida, so like we're excited to just kind of explore. But I'm also like, I do want to relax a little bit. I don't want to be go, 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 and then all of a sudden it's over. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's the tough part.
Yeah. The chat, very in on the science of this, by the way. This also feels like elementary school type science. That obviously the white sand reflects the sun. Because white reflects the sun. Does that make sense? It reflects the sun. It doesn't take the heat in. That's why it's not as hot. I'm assuming that's right. It seems like it's right. And then I get home, and of course, it's perfect weather out yesterday and today. So I'm sorry.
I mean, the rest of the week might not be.
Or I guess I'm not sorry because I brought it. Maybe I brought it with me. Yeah, the rest of the week, a little rainy. That's fine. 803-0550 is the phone number. Oh, look what ESPN is talking about right now. Better chance to beat Patrick Mahomes and reach the Super Bowl, Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen.
By the way, ESPN's ripping every Buffalo fan's heart out this morning because they not only are playing the Eastern Conference Final game from 2006,
I've seen
they're
that.
also replaying the Dalton Kincaid drop.
That's true. What did we do to deserve this? It's just a random Tuesday in May, and right, if you imagine you didn't know, you weren't following the hockey playoffs, and you're just so demoralized with the Sabres you can't even stomach it. Then you turn on ESPN this morning, right? Two things you've seen: Rod Brind'Amour scoring in Game 7 against the Buffalo Sabres, which, by the way, I never watched those highlights. I never watched that game back. So I haven't seen that goal in a decade that I saw this morning. I should have looked away.
Thankfully, I missed it.
So,
I was doing the update, and I didn't see it.
That's good for you. Matt Beauvais from Channel 7, Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast here on the Odyssey app, he tweeted out, he woke up this morning, and bam, there's the Brind'Amour goal. So maybe you turned it off, because, what's going on here? And then you turned it back on at 9:25, and there's Dalton Kincaid dropping the fourth down play against Kansas City last year in the playoffs. Yeah, ESPN's not being kind to us this morning. Show the Bandits goals. Chase Frazier. Behind the back. I haven't seen that one yet on here. That should be like on a little box in the corner. Bandits three-peat. Gotta love it. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you would like to get in on, really anything. If you want to get on the sand, I think Bill wants to get on now here, or the team you were most curious about that's not the Bills. Bill, stay on hold. We'll get to you right when we come back here on WGR. Last time we're going to talk about Rodgers for like a certain amount of time, months, or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there. And he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So like last year when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team, he can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games. How big is that for the physicality that he maybe had in the two-way game for him making the Olympic roster next year? Because with all the offensive firepower the U.S. has, I mean, if he's going to be, a third-line option for that team when they go overseas to the Olympics, how much do you think he did for himself in that regard during this tournament?
Well, I think he showed how effective he could be on big ice, and I think that's really going to help there when they go to Italy. And the good thing about the Olympic tournament is they do bring bigger rosters. It's only 2 extra players and basically 1 forward, 1 defenseman, but I think he can look at the Four Nations team and say, okay, would he have been the guy they called on to be that extra player if they needed that? So I'd say potentially. But he really showed the USA Hockey, okay, this is look at what I could do here on the bigger ice. I could skate, I could hit, I could block shots, I could do everything there. When you look at the fact that guys like Vincent Trocheck, Chris Kreider, Brock Nelson, they might be on the outside looking in here, I think Tage has really made sure, okay, at the very least, put me on as the fourth line winger. I could do that.
Be able to go out there and play big games and playoffs and, carry a team. That's a great opportunity for him. So it'll be part of the evaluation for sure. I've said this over and over, and I believe Devin Levi is going to be a very good goalie in the NHL. It's really up to him when the time happens. We've been patient. We've wanted to make sure that he's getting the appropriate number of starts the last couple of years, making sure that we set him up for long-term success. But I think he's right there. He's had a very good year in Rochester, and certainly if he can take a step here in the playoffs, it'll be impactful for sure.
Sabres GM Kevin Adams on Devin Levi. The Amherst season comes to an end in Laval. They fall 5-0 in Game 5. Amherst season over. There is a conversation to be had about Devin Levi. We'll have it here in a minute. First, though, I want to get Bill in on the science behind the sand. What did I miss, Bill?
Well, Joe, thanks for the call. You didn't miss a lot, but I live down here, as you know, in South Florida. Mm-hmm. Now I'm in Coral Springs, just north of Lauderdale, 20 minutes from Sunrise to the hockey games. And I understand why you didn't go. Prices were way astronomical.
They were crazy, yeah.
But anyway, like I said, I live near Coral Springs in a small town, Margate. Mm-hmm. But anyway, you probably know the area. But I'm originally from Sarasota. I've been there off and on since the mid-'70s. Now, I can tell you for a fact, I think the Atlantic Ocean stinks. I don't like that pebble sand. But growing up in Sarasota at Siesta Key, one of the best beaches in the world, sugar sand, white sugar. And as far as your feet getting hot, you're correct. Those pebbles drive you nuts. And you got to wear flip-flops. You can't just walk around barefoot. Yeah. But the West Coast, who's going down? Josh?
Yeah, next week.
Yep. The West Coast is far better than the East Coast ever is. And I've been here many, many years. That's me personally.
Yeah.
There's people that grow up in Lauderdale and Miami and West Palm, Delray, and no. They've got nothing on the West Coast, from Naples all the way up to the Panhandle. They got nothing.
Now, is that because of the type of sand or the actual Gulf versus the ocean?
A combination of both, Joe.
Okay.
A combination of both. The Gulf is warmer water, obviously, but then the Atlantic flows into the Gulf, and the colder becomes warmer because of the circular rotation of the Gulf of Mexico. But yes, that's a combination of it.
All right.
But the sand by itself it's picturesque in Sunset on the West Coast. Right. Picturesque. The person to ask is your buddy Sal. He's from my neighborhood down there. He's down there from Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area, Englewood. He knows. He'll tell you.
Yeah. All right.
He'll tell you. It's way better on the West Coast.
All right. Thanks, Bill, for the call.
Thank you.
All right. I'll get with Sal on that, too. Not that I'm going back, at least for a few months. Would like to go to Bills Dolphins. Still the trip on the schedule I'd like to take more than any, but we'll see. 803-0550 phone number. Thanks, Bill, for the call. We came in with a Devin Levi clip, and I'm thinking differently about him in the last couple of weeks, and it's not even a total overreaction to the series against the Rocket where he had 4 moderately tough games. He played really well in Game 4, an .861 save percentage. But more of it is just it makes you think about their goalie situation and the possibility, which I should probably take into more respect than, like, my normal attitude with Levi is he is gonna figure it out. He is too athletically gifted. He's too talented that he's going to get there. But it's almost kind of a warning shot, this series, of that does not mean he will figure it out this year.
Yeah, I definitely think that you should be optimistic about what Levi can become. But I've said this before, I don't think you should be banking on him figuring it out, in whatever that may mean. Whether it's just consistently staying in the NHL, playing at a high level in the NHL, whatever that may look like, I don't think you want to be banking on that next year. and having that be plan A or really even plan B. You want to have that be, if it happens, oh, look at this, now we're really in a great spot. Whereas what I think you really need to be wary of is we're going to go into this year thinking Levi's going to be the guy and putting that pressure on him because there is a chance it doesn't work out. He's still a young goalie. He's still an undersized goalie that doesn't have a lot of experience in the league. And those all can lead to a lot of inconsistency and struggles that you can't have if you're looking to be a serious team.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea that they could figure things out, the roster could be well constructed, and you would still have that. I almost think of it as a threat.
Yeah.
A threat of you can get everything right outside of goaltending, and your two young goalies
can undo all that.
They really could. They could undo
Very
it all on their own. It's partially because they're not talented enough. They're talented. Dahlin is an all-world defenseman. I think he's one of the best all-around defensemen in the league. Thompson's one of the best goal scorers. Peterka's a nice player. Like, they've got good pieces all around the roster. They're also not talented enough, in my opinion, to overcome bad goaltending.
It's hard to be talented enough to overcome bad goaltending. Look at Carolina. Like last night was different, but a lot of this playoffs or a lot of this series with Florida has been they're getting dummied, but they're also not getting any saves.
But they're an example of a team who's been able to do it in the past in the regular season.
Right.
Toronto's been able to do it in the past where you have, Toronto's got 4 superstar level players,
right?
Which is very different than what the Sabres have. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where you can have some success, but you're never going to reach an ultimate. I shouldn't say never. Aiden Hill won a cup. That's
you're right. No, it's possible, but he gets hot when they do.
Exactly, and that team was incredible.
Yeah,
you have to be so far and above in terms of separation in your skater roster to make up a large deficit in the crease.
Right.
It's such a critical swing position in the sport that doesn't get the credit for that I think it probably should.
Yeah.
It's so important to have. You don't need to have great goaltending. That's where I think people can get a little cloudy. Like having a great goalie and having a pretty good goalie is not that different. But having an average goalie and having a bad goalie is the difference between being a borderline playoff team and being last in the league. And I think we've seen a little bit of that with the Sabres recently, where you had when UPL went on that run, they were right there. Like they made a push at the end of that season. And then this year we saw a year where everybody kind of struggled until Reimer took the reins.
Mm-hmm.
And even that's when it got exciting for the only time in the season. Like, it was barely a glimmer of hope, but Reimer came in and started winning games, and everybody was like, what has to happen here?
Right.
We got to win, whatever the numbers were that they came out with, coming out of the not the All-Star break, I always do, Four Nations break.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And they never had the goaltending until it was too late. And you see what an average goaltending performance, which is what they got out of Reimer. He was very good some games. He was average other games.
Mm-hmm.
He was about what you want out of your goalies. And they won way more than they won the rest of the year.
So that sets up the question for the offseason of what do we think is more likely? That they're just going to ride the young guys into the year with Luukkonen and Levi, or it'll be something else. It could be anything else. It could be Luukkonen and a different veteran. It could be Luukkonen and Reimer again. It could be Levi paired with a different veteran. I don't think they're going to trade Luukkonen 1 year after signing him to a contract. But there was a blurb from Friedman at the beginning of the offseason that his name is out there.
Right.
Or that his name, how do you exactly phrase it? Other teams in the league believe Luukkonen's name is out there.
Exactly. It was
not quite that the Sabres are shopping him. It was more sourced, it sounded like, from other teams.
Yeah, other teams had the idea of what if we could get Luukkonen,
Yep.
and I guess it hadn't been totally shot down.
Well, and maybe like some sort of hockey trade. The trade that I continue to reference for this is a year after Ottawa signed Jonas Korpisalo to a contract that was almost identical to the one Luukkonen signed. They packaged him with a first-round pick and traded for Linus Ullmark.
Right.
Is that appeal to Kevin Adams when it comes to another hockey trade? He's made the couple of trades he has made are hockey trades. He has accomplished that. He makes the Cousins for Norris deal. He makes the Middlestat for Byram deal. Yeah. I wouldn't quite call the McLeod trade a hockey trade because you're giving up a prospect. So 2 hockey trades. If there's another one, Byram's the favorite.
Yeah.
No doubt, because I think he's getting dealt. Beyond that, though, if there is another one this offseason, I don't want to rule out that they could do that with Luukkonen. He knows the pressure that's on, and he knows that goalie's important, and that he's got 2 young guys. And I guess I don't know right now if they thought we just can't go in with the 2 young guys. That's their starting point is, all right, we got to win this year. We're not going in with 2 question marks. Well, your obvious follow-up then in that meeting, if you're the Buffalo Sabres, you're Adams, you're the scouts, you're the assistant GMs, whoever's in that meeting, Eric Stahl now is in that meeting. The next follow-up is, all right, which is the one we're keeping? Levi's up for a contract. He's an RFA. Luukkonen has a deal, would probably have some value around the league. Which is the one you want to go with? Because I might want to bet they'd rather go with Levi. They have talked hype about him. Their belief in him from the outset was this dude is going to be a star.
I think it's undoubtedly, if they had to pick one of those 2 guys, it is without a shadow of a doubt. It's definitely Levi. I don't think there's any world where...
Well, he could be in Rochester. That would be the other difference. That would be your path to, we're not doing 2 young guys.
Exactly.
But we're also keeping both in the organization. The way you do that is we're going to plan on Levi in Rochester again.
And my guy for my comparison for Levi has, since he's been around, has been Dustin Wolf. And he spent a year longer than everybody thought he needed in the AHL.
As many goalies do.
Exactly. And he had won goalie of the year in the AHL, or even might have been MVP of the league as a goaltender for Calgary's AHL affiliate.
Yeah.
And they put him back there again. And because they had Markstrom was a stud still. We don't have Markstrom. So do you have that ability to say we're gonna wait on it and give him some more time? Or are you, like I talked about, banking on him being the solution?
803-0550, the phone number if you want to get a quick call into the start of Extendo Sports. David, we'll try to squeeze you in. Real quick, we want to remind you that June 28th, we're a month from tomorrow. Ride for Roswell. Come join Bulldog, WGR's team, on Saturday, June 28th, and you'll receive an email when you do join. You can pick up your team t-shirt, water bottle from Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. And if you're not riding or you're unavailable that day, you can still support our cause by donating to the team and helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. Last time we're going to talk about Rodgers for like a certain amount of time, months, or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there. And he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So like last year when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team. He can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games. Today's going to be a good golf day. We have 8 amazing golf experiences for you at the WGR VIP golf card. One low price, $129. You get Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, Atticus 10th Hole and Golf Course, Bobolinks, and Golf Dojo. Your VIP golf card for WGR also hooks you up with a free box of Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf, and you get some deals from Rick Zurak Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville. Portion of the proceeds benefit PGA Hope. Get all the details and purchase your VIP golf card at getmyperks.com. David in Tonawanda, you got 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I'll make it quick. Just going back to underappreciated Buffalo Bills player, I think Osiris Torrance has been a guy that has come in and done a great job, and you never really hear about the guy. And I think he's helped solidify the offensive line. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix real quick.
Yeah, thanks, David. He was a popular answer on Twitter as well. Right, he came right in as a rookie, started right away, beat out Ryan Bates for that job, and I think he's just been pretty darn solid ever since. I wonder, guards are tough to evaluate, right? Like, who are the best in the league? You can look at Pro Football Focus for that, all-pro nominees and whatnot, but sometimes it just takes years to get that. Yeah, that would be an interesting question. Like, someone that really studies that position, where does he rank among his peers? Because it feels like he's pretty darn solid. I don't know if he's the best or one of the best, but yeah, there's no question about replacing him or bringing in competition. We're not quite at does he deserve a contract, but maybe next year we're talking about that. So Torrance is a good answer. All right, that's going to do it for me today on this show. Stay tuned for the Extra Point Show coming up next. OTAs today, we'll hear from Sean McDermott on the Extra Point Show, so stay tuned for that. Get the phone calls in at 803-0550, and I'll talk to you tomorrow morning. See ya.